Oops, didn't have my mic in. Anyways, as I was saying, welcome back to Trails to Azure, the game that is struggling to stay net positive on the gameplay. So, the gameplay. That one we have to wait for day 3. That's our next destination. We're gonna be going and dealing with some crap. I guess we can go ahead and report with the one now. Get a little bit of extra money. Why not? Alright. What part of I don't want you on me right now would you get? Anytime I want to give you attention, you don't ever want it, and then when you do want attention, I don't want you to. Because it's always when I'm trying to do something. Also, I went the wrong way. It was the West Highway. Alright. Oop. And gonna run. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I should probably freaking start giving negatives for the shiny palm on fights, because yeah, what the actual hell? Yep, it's this fucking fight again. Okay, this is just getting fucking stupid at this point. Fuck off! God damn it! What the fuck is this garbage? Well, that's great. That's what we're starting with. It's fucking gameplay negative right off the bat. I hate these fights. I really do. I need... Hi, Neko. Alright. Oh my god. Go away. Okay, so it was just 1 for the board that was in 0. Okay. That's what I was checking. So, just the 1, just the 1. Gameplay negative. Because, good lord. I am so sick of this fucking game cheating. I am so sick of this fucking game cheating. Because that's what it is. That's not a fucking fair challenge. Here, I'm gonna get a million turns of AoE nonsense, and it's because fuck you. That's not good game design. It's not a game at that point. That's the game. That's the developers fucking bullying you. Oh, come on. See, that's what this is. This is literally a here, let's fucking have a million turns because screw you. I hate it. I hate it so goddamn much. Okay, that's just garbage. Oh god, and I'm out of... About fucking time, Ellie. Yeah, I'm standing behind my fucking negative for that. Because once again, it's the status effect fetish and the fucking fact that there's 6 of them that hit so goddamn hard. And again, and that's the other thing too. That's the other thing. I should mention this in the document. It's lazy. It's lazy for one simple reason. That's the exact same fucking boss fight, just with the stats raised. As in from chapter 2 of 0. It's literally copy and paste. It's the same fight. It's the same fucking everything. There. So, yeah. It's not enough to warrant its own separate negative, but... And all this so we can have another frickin' dual craft, which isn't even that great. They're alright, but... So, Randy and Wazzy, excuse me. Last Rebellion. Yay. Do I care? No. Yep. Once again, it's gonna be the gameplay dragging this one down. I can already tell. Although that's gonna be true for several of the cold steels, if I'm honest. For quite a bit of the cold steels, if I'm honest. Like, 1 is probably gonna be the one I'm gonna be the harshest on gameplay-wise. It's because there's a lot of bullshit with Cold Steel 1s from what I remember. But of course, like I said, I've only ever done a non-New Game Plus run once, so we'll see how that holds up. Alright, so I dealt with that. Yeah, I suppose we should. Let's go give the frickin' fangirl what she wants. Okay, there's no warping right there, so I have to go to the Harbor District. Calling all passengers to Michelin. The ship will be departing shortly. Please board at your earliest convenience. One of our support requests came from the theme park, didn't it? You're right. It involved helping Michi in some way or another. I wonder what they need us to do. Does it truly matter? Michi needs our assistance. We have no time to lose. Well, I think we all know Teotot's stance on this. Something tells me this is going to be one to remember. Somehow I doubt that, Wazzy. Somehow I doubt that. We shouldn't head to Michelin unless we're absolutely ready to handle that request. Yeah, let's go. We're going to go deal with it right now. I mean, it is nice that they let you give you the heads up of, hey, you're not going to be able to leave until the quest is done, but it gets a little obnoxious. What a pickle. This is liable to throw off the entire morning schedule. Excuse us, we're the CPD Special Support Section. Would you happen to be Hanks? Hanks, we're here for the request you submitted. Oh, that's right, so you're the SSS. Let's see. Yes, I think you'll be perfect. You'll be a perfect fit. No sizing adjustments necessary. Wait, sizing adjustments? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Would you mind explaining your request? Oh, how careless of me. My apologies. I'm sure you're all familiar with our park's mascot, Michi, yes? No breathing soul could know more. Teotot here has a bit of an obsession. But yeah, we know him. Hard to live in Crossbell too long without seeing that fluff ball around. Does Michi have something to do with your request? It just so happens he does. The thing is, we received some bad news this morning. The actor who's portrayed Michi since the park opened, well, he told us he wasn't going to make it. Make it? Wait, you don't mean... Oh, goodness, no. Nothing that dire. Or just a sudden case of upset stomach. And Blue Wool set up freaking right the hell out. The plan is for him to get some medicine at St. Ursula and return to work as soon as he is able. If all goes well, he'll be back in action as early as this afternoon. Still, that leaves the problem of the morning performance. That's where you come in. I need someone to don the fur and be Michi's stand-in for a few hours. Michi's stand-in? And hey, that sounds pretty fun. Alright, where do I get changed? Yeah, I don't think so. You're far too tall to fit it into the costume. On the other hand, I think your pal here with the overly serious expression would be perfect. Me? Oh, come on! I was going to use that kitty suit as a free pass to pick up chicks. Damn you, Lloyd. Here we go again with this. I mean, at least it's the Randy version, because the Randy version isn't quite nearly as obnoxious. Because the Randy version is, you're getting in the way of my flirting! Whereas the Ellie version is oh, you're being nice to me. That means you want to stick your dick in me, right? How's that my fault? It's probably for the best. Otherwise, Randy would have given catfishing a whole new meaning. True, Noel. So, back to the matter at hand. Do you think you can do it? Well, we didn't come all this way for nothing. We'll take the job. Phew, I owe you one. Now then, there's nothing more to cover. Let's... Tio, is there something wrong? You've been very quiet these past few minutes. Costume? Actor? Upset stomach? Medicine? She was under the impression that Michi was real, then wasn't she? Oh, we just shattered poor Tio's worldview. Oh, I didn't even think of that until she started repeating those phrases. I was like, oh no, what's gotten into her? Pulling back the curtain might have been more than she could handle. I'd be very careful with the next words you say. I'll do what I can. Hey, Tio? No need to mind me. Mishi needs us. I will make sure to contribute as actively as I can. That's the spirit, Teotat. I don't know if I like the way she phrased that. Is she really okay? Everything settled? Good. Now if you'll just follow me to the locker room. Sure, lead the way. Oh, poor Tio. Poor Tio. Well, how do I look? Adorable, actually. Yeah, it really screams you. In what way? Hey, it's a full bodysuit and all. So, you comfortable in there? Looks like you could get pretty toasty. I'm sure it will. It's not the most breathable outfit that I've ever worn, to say the least. Luckily, the height is right. It feels a bit loose, though, so it's a little weird to move in. Don't sweat the small stuff. You're going to be doing enough sweating in the costume as it is. But man, is it going to be worth it. Mishi fangirls fawning over you, putting in their arms around them with no hang-ups. I'd have plenty of hang-ups with that, Ed, for your information. Though, speaking of fangirls, where did Tio run off to? Oh, now that you mention it, I saw her catch the staff member's attention before walking away with him. Ta-da! Yeah, okay. I figured as much. What the? Is that you, Tio? Tio? My name is Michette. Don't tell me my own older brother's forgotten my face. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, my goodness. You look so cute, Tio. Isn't this character the one who likes to play hide and seek? Yes, I am Mishi's little sister, Michette. She is a selfless girl who is always looking for her clumsy oaf of an older brother with judgmental eyes. Judgmental? I mean, it fits. Tio is always passing judgment on you, Lloyd, as is the rest of this cast, which still pisses me off. Like, seriously, even frickin' Reen isn't glared at with as much suspicion as you, and that frankly pisses me off, because it's not for any kind of clever or good writing. It's for bad writing, and I mean bad writing. Holy crap. Not that Cold Steel doesn't have bad writing, but oof. Right, yeah, we met her the last time we came to the theme park. She came up to me asking if she could help by playing the part of Michette. Technically, the regular Michette's its shift doesn't start until later, so I thought, what the heck. So that's where she went. Wait, by help out, do you mean... Yes, my intention is to supervise Lloyd's Mishi routine. Rest assured, his shins will rue every blunder he makes. Ah, the brutal barbs of tough love. What an adoring little sister you have, Mishi. I love that Wazzy's just getting into this. That's awesome. I just wish my shins got a say in it. Wait, shouldn't you be the one giving me acting directions? Sorry, but won't have a chance. It's almost time for Mishi to start touring the way around the park. Here, listen, just ask yourself, what would Mishi do, and go from there. I'm sure it'll work out. Probably. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Remember that at the end of your morning tour, you're scheduled to do the Mishi dance in the main plaza. Will you knock it off? I'm gonna jot this one down as a physical note because I do want to kind of talk about this one. That one I did prepare a manual for. Skim it and remember what you can. Dance with passion and pizzazz. Don't forget to choose the show on Mishi's signature catchphrase. Let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. Well, that's helpful. The catchphrase I get, but this passion and pizzazz part is a little vague. To tell you the truth, we generally leave Mishi's characterization with the patrons up to the actor. For the entire history of the park, we've never even needed a written manual until today, that is. So if you make a mistake, you make a mistake. Don't let it get you down too much. On the contrary, as the one supervising, I will not tolerate even a single error. I'm getting conflicting signals here. Whoops, it's showtime. Let's wrap this up so you can get out there. Alright, the rest of us will pass the time patrolling the park then. Break a leg, you two. The time has come to prove yourself, Lloyd. Yeah, no pressure. I don't know how I'm going to pull this one off. Guess I'll just have to channel my inner Mishi. There's also that catchphrase, let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. I better not forget it. Alright, get out there and make those kids' wishes come true. I'm counting on you, Mishi. You too, Michette. Well, here goes nothing. I just hope this works out. Look sharp, here comes our first patron. Oh, it's Mishi! Oh, Dad, look, he's really here. Well, so he is. How about that? Settle down, sweetie. Edie, you wouldn't want to tire yourself out before we get to the attractions. Yay, Mishi! Mishi, Mishi, Mishi! Let me think. How would Mishi normally respond in a situation like this? Well... yeah, he would say a silly catchphrase. Have a me magical time. I will, thanks, Mishi. Come on, Mom. Come on, Dad. Let's hurry up and go in. Oh, alright. Now, no need to rush. We have an entire day of fun ahead of us. Phew, did I do okay? Very much so, Lloyd. Your me was particularly inspired. Thanks, though I can't say it's easy to say without getting embarrassed. Ahem, you get used to it. Wow, Tio, you're a pro already. That was surprisingly cute coming from her. Keep up the good work. Hey, Noel, was he? Well, if it is in Special Support Section's dynamic sibling duo. Thank goodness you're here, Lloyd. I have an urgent progress report to make. Every time I take my eyes off Wazzy, he runs off and to get on the to get on the rides. He runs away to get on the rides. Oh, don't be such a cop. It's not like I'm going to burn the park down. We're still making our rounds, aren't we? What's the harm in having a little fun along the way? Wazzy, we are the cops, not to mention on duty. Speaking of duty, you have a pair of children approaching on your 9. It's Mishi! Oh look, Michette's here too! My hide-and-seek skills need refining. Super kick! Wait, no! Hold on a sec. Ick, you can't just assault Mishi. Why would you even do that? What, nobody ever tell you? Kicking Mishi means you good luck. Everyone knows it's stored in its blood. That's why you gotta boot it. That's why you gotta boot it all out. God, what geniuses thought this up anyway? Hey, do you think it works the same with Michette too? Ugh. I need to do something. How would Mishi handle this? Tickle them. Mishi has a way of defending himself from kicks. It's this. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Ah! Wow, it's Mishi's famous. It's Michi Kichi Goo attack. Like, run away! That'll show him. I didn't realize I was playing Kick the Mascot was going to be a part of this job too. Well, you should. Well, you should have. That's been one of the park's recent fads. Well, them's the breaks. For the record, I did try to help. Did I handle this okay though? I was just making it up as I went along. It was fine. I mean, what you did was far more preferable than losing your temper with them. Mishi is kind and gentle, and is a kind and gentle being. I mean, driving children away by force would have been unacceptable. Your judgment served you well, Lloyd. Well, thanks, I try. Yeah, that makes sense, trying to stay in character. I'm just glad they didn't end up kicking Tio, too. Thanks to Lloyd's dashing rescue, of course. Perhaps we should add Sister Complex to his rapidly expanding list of his proclivities. Mishi and Michette are siblings here, not us. Incidentally, my research indicated that Mishi's posterior is resistant to strikes and impacts. It hurt less than you expected. Nick did know. Hey, yeah, you're right. Hey, they must have put extra padding in the costume. No wonder it's so much thicker down there. Ah, look at the time. We should make our way to the next area, Lloyd. Remember to keep in mind how tight our morning schedule is. Right, I won't. See you later, guys. Knock 'em dead, Lloyd. You too, Tio. Alright, back to sneaking on rides for me. Frickin' Wazzy. Oh, hey, guys. Nice hustle out there, superstar. You two looking like you had a hard day of work. How would you say it's been going so far? It's a little harder than I imagined. This costume gets toasty like you wouldn't believe. Need to remind you, Lloyd, this is not a pleasant stroll we're talking about. We're taking around the park right now. You have to act as friendly as possible while simultaneously making the park guests feel lucky just to have seen you. Right, I'll try my best. There's no room for error with Tio once Mishi comes into the picture, is there? Do what you can to keep up, Lloyd, or else Tio Todd's going to have you strung up dry in front of the horror coaster. Oh look, it's Mishi! Bye-bye. Hey, you're right. Lucky us running into him 2 steps off the Ferris wheel. Aw, he's so cute. You just have to get a photo with him. Sure thing, let's do it. Excuse me, do you think you could take a picture for us? I'd love to. A picture? Okay, stay calm. What would Mishi do in a situation like this? Stand between them. No. Make it nice and even. This is gonna go down as the day we finally met Mishi. Okay, smile for the camera. Everyone all ready? Say cheese. Thanks for the help. Yeah, what she said. Hey, you're welcome. Welcome, here you are. That was perfect, Lloyd. As the living symbol of the theme park, Mishi is in and of himself a walking attraction. Knowing that, the impartial course of action in cases like these is to stand directly between the guests. It makes me proud to see you adapting so quickly to the ways of Michelamite. I'm honored, I think. Well, as long as you have Tio with you, I think you'll be fine. Good luck, you two. We'll be keeping an eye out. Yeah, you have fun on your date, and we'll have fun on ours. No, we will not. Yeesh. At least let me buy you a Bell Cola before you shut me down. Yeah, Ellie, you should at least humor him with a Bell Cola. Considering, you've been dipping your toe into the feminazi pool a little bit too much. Again, I don't think Ellie qualifies as a feminazi, but definitely leaning that direction. Okay then, let's try not to let them or anyone else down. Yes, off to the next location. No, yeah, the obvious thing. Okay. Sorry for the delay, everyone. And this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Mishi and Michette are going to do the Mishi dance. Hey, Mishi, they're so cute. Here we go, the dance routine. Ugh, I'm starting to tense up. It should be fine. The Mishi dance is usually improvised anyway. Hey, there are some guidelines, but I'm sure you will manage if you use common sense. Guidelines, huh? That's right. Hey, they gave us a manual. Know about it before the job. If I recall, it said, "Okay, everyone, all together now. Mishi and Michette, bring it home. Here we go. Are you ready, Teal? Remember, dance with passion and pizzazz. Roger." And of course, it's this song. Now for Michi's catchphrase. Hey, let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. Let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. Let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. I knew you could do it, Lloyd. You have attained total Mishi. Jesus, Teo. God. Wow. Phew, I think we managed to pull that one off. Well done. Dancing in a mascot costume was more daunting than I had realized. You can say that again. I'm burning up in here. How does the usual guy do this every day? Hey, he must be made of some real stern stuff. I would imagine so. Hey, Michette. Oh, it's you, Mr. Hanks. Good job out there, kids. You did great. Michette's been in all anybody's talking about today. The park guests couldn't get enough of her. Of me? Really? Yep. They said the whole cool and aloof shtick Michette would lapse into around Mishi drove them wild. Maybe this is a sign that we should sit down and rethink Michette's entire character. Huh, fancy that. Ahem. I am happy to be of service. Incidentally, have you heard back from the usual actor? Oh, I almost forgot. He just came in a little while ago. He said that he wanted to meet you. You should find him waiting in the locker room when you get back. Heck, and thanks again for all your help. It's not much, but I hope you'll accept this. We'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Hanks. Ready to head back inside, Tio? Yes, let's. Machete mode, disengage. Okay, that I've always liked that idea when characters take costumes off of it. It's just the one piece. I am drenched in sweat. I think that was the most effort you've ever given on a support request. You did good out there, Tio. Perhaps, but your mimicry, he was exceptionally superb, Lloyd. It was an honor and a privilege to share the Mishi dance with you. Come on, you're going to make me blush. Anyway, I think it's about time we rejoined the others. Is the usual Mishi actor still not here yet? Not that I've seen. He appears to be running late. Yeah, sorry to keep you kids waiting. Huh? Excuse me for that. Better out than in, eh? Hey, turns out the pills I've been taking don't work unless I have them after a meal. Hell, skipped breakfast too, so I wound up wolfing down a lunch. It's like you wouldn't believe. Anyhow, is my costume in the locker? What's with the looks? You ain't ever seen a professional mascot before? Come to think of it, I feel like I recognize your faces from somewhere or another. Well, whatever. I owe you kids big time. Can't have Michelin Wonderland with no Michi after all. Nice work filling in for me, boyo. Whoops. Would you look at the time? Gotta get changed and prep for the afternoon shift. Transformation complete. Thanks again, mister. You too, little missy. You really saved my fur. You can just leave the rest to me. See you later. Wow. What a pro. His voice sounded like it's shifted 3 whole octaves. That guy's the real machine, no doubt about it. But when out of costume, he's not even from the same universe. Well, that was something. I feel like we just uncovered one of Crossbell's dirtiest secrets. Anyway, let's go meet up with the others, shall we? Oh, poor Yo. Yo, Lloyd, something happened to Teotod? She's been like that ever since we got back on the cruise ship. You're right. It's like she's staring off into space, eyes empty. I believe that's what we call a look of desolation. Well, let's just say she's been through a lot today. Tio, are you sick? Should we take you to see a doctor? No, I will survive. I was a bit bewildered, but I believe I managed to come to terms with it. This is merely a single run on the ladder to adulthood. Yeah, learning that Michi is just an actor in a costume can be devastating for somebody like Tio. But them's the breaks. Sorry, Tio Tot. Alright, let's go recover some HP. Is it just me, or is it getting more expensive to stay at the inn? Yeah, with every chapter it's getting more expensive. Alright. Next. dealing with one born every minute, which is a quest that will only appear here if you've done Stranger Danger on the previous day. Now, to be fair, I did make a big stink about the getting a new doll side quest not appearing until you've done until you've gained enough DP. Here's the difference, and why that was a negative in 0, but I'm not going to give a negative for this. This is a quest chain. In other words, the idea is that this quest builds off of the previous quest, right? So in other words, in other words, the events of Stranger Danger are going to factor directly into the events of one born every minute. So, I'm more okay with it in this case. Because it's a quest chain. Because it's a string of quests, right? Right? Because that actually follows a degree of logic. Locking one specific side quest because all of the other side quests is dumb. Actually, that's a good point. I wonder, did I give Sky 3 shit for that? I don't think I did, and if I didn't, I stand behind that. But let us double check. I just realized I worded one of my negatives wrong. I'm probably gonna have to do an editing pass on my Sky 3 document. Jesus. Sorry, I'm just reading over my things here. Okay, it looks like I did not give shit to the whole complete all the other doors to open a specific door. So, sorry about that. Sorry for taking so long. But yeah, no, yeah, I didn't give Sky 3 shit for that, so I'm not gonna give it this. The reason I gave 0 shit for this is because, again, content being locked out of because you didn't want to do other content is crap, you know? So, no. Especially considering a lot of those hidden quests, you would need a walkthrough to actually know they're even there, which is my problem with the hidden quests in general. So... Oh. He's actually in the residential district. Okay. Let's go see Harold. Excuse us, he put in his request for the special support section? Ah, hello there, SSS. I can't tell you how glad I am that you're here. Here to help with this again. Yes, thank you very much for coming. Can you tell us what's happened since yesterday, Chief Tolta? I understand there was a new development in the case? Yes, that's correct. I fear the situation is more dire than we originally thought. I'd like to discuss it in depth with you all right away. Would that be all right? Right now it's fine. Please fill us in on the details. Hills, you mentioned that the situation has changed since yesterday? That it has. Yes. Yesterday evening, I went to the Ash Tree Inn in another attempt to persuade Derek. I told him that Minith character was far too suspicious and that he had to break ties with him. You didn't beat around the bush then, huh? Not for a second, but in the end, Derek still refused to listen. Well, gee, when you just flat out say he cut ties, yeah, I wonder why he would say that, you know? Oy. However, I did learn something new. And so I hurried to discuss the matter with Mr. Hayworth. Oh. Actually, what am I doing? I got so preoccupied in looking up that stuff with Sky 3, I forgot to add something. Okay. I'm giving 2 positives to theme park trouble. on the story axis, because the shattering of Tio's worldview is exquisite. It is. It is very well done. Because, again, they don't even now. Granted, it is a little ridiculous. They don't realize, oh, this is going to shatter Tio's entire worldview. But I do like how Tio handled it, right? And they didn't go, oh, well, you should have known, or any of that crap. No, instead they're just like, if you need time, Tio, we're here for you. Or yeah. Now, they didn't get what the issue was, but it was still a nice gesture, and I do like how Tio handled that. It was handled as tastefully as it honestly could have been, right? Something new? Has Minith taken some form of action? What Chief told me caught me off guard, if I may be frank. Minith's grip on the village is far tighter than we had given it credit for. Would you mind elaborating? From what we learned yesterday, several villagers already trust him. Has it gone further than that? Well, you see, Minith has not only secured the private property on Old America Road, but also the deeds to numerous plots and fields in the village itself. He what? As shocking as that is, one question comes to mind. How was he able to pull off something that big? Good question. From what we know, Minith pitched a plan to increase America's lotus production, as he puts it. By slowly accumulating deeds to the village's farmlands, he could expand the lotus fields and streamline their harvests. Moreover, management of the plots themselves would be contracted to the Quincy Company to reduce the required labor. That does line up with what we heard yesterday. At first blush, it sounds like a pretty good deal for the villagers. Yeah, too good to be true. As long as those deeds are in Minith's hands, he can abuse the land in any way he wants. Hence, there'd be no coming back from that. Indeed, the man cannot be trusted by any means. Yes, had he solely focused on that private property of ours, even the worst-case scenario wouldn't be too terrible. But now that he's using plots of land within the village, the results could be catastrophic. You guys might be shit out of luck when it comes to breaking that contract, though. That's where you come in. If you can expose him, then perhaps the contract can be voided. I know there's nothing criminal happening on the surface here, but even still, can we ask you to look into this? Well, the SSS has never actually been all that beholden to CPD protocol. Our job is to support the citizens when they request it. You've given us enough reason to find Minith suspicious, so we'll gladly help. Thank you, Detective Bennings. All of you have been our village's greatest guardian angels. Where should we begin our investigation? I'm a bit of a loss here myself. Me too. It's not as if we have any smoking guns to look into. True. In that case, why not ask Ian for assistance? Do you mean Mr. Grimwood? Yes, granted, we're only working off of suspicions at the moment. But if you explain the situation to Ian, he may be able to find a trace of something illicit in Minith's actions. That sounds like a good idea. Even a shred of evidence against Minith would be a good starting point for the investigation. I should warn you, though, Ian's been incredibly busy ever since the mayor advocated for our independence. There's no guarantee he'll have the time to see you. Only one way to find out. Off to Grimwood Law Office. Maybe we'll catch him, maybe we won't. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, let's go pay him a visit. We'll leave it to you then. And I'll ask my business associates if they've heard any rumors about Minith or the Quincy Company. We would appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. You're the only ones I can count on. And I'm so powerless in all of this, it's just pathetic of me. Don't worry, Chief Pilta. We'll handle it from here. Here. You just sit tight and relax. Maybe pray to the goddess for good luck while you're at it. Very well. I'll be waiting for you. Alright, let's go pay the awesome Mr. Grimwood a visit. I really do like Mr. Grimwood. I think he's I do like Grimwood. I think he's awesome. Oh, Mr. Grimwood. We were afraid you might have been out of your office. Yes, I was just in the middle of taking a much-needed break. But it would seem you're in desperate need of my counsel. Is it really that obvious? I've seen those looks on your faces coming through my door. Countless times by now. Please take a seat. I might be busy, but I'd be happy to lend you an ear. Our apologies and thank you. I like that Lloyd apologizes. Is this for the inconvenience? So explain. I see. This is quite a predicament the village has found itself in. A case such as this would typically be a top priority for me. But as you know, I've been busy for the past week drafting up a preliminary constitution for the mayor. I apologize, but I won't have the time to handle this case personally. That's unfortunate, but we understand. We suspected that would be the case. Still, even just a consultation would be helpful. Very well. I'll give you any advice I can while you're here. We appreciate it, Mr. Grimwood. So, do you have any insight on this? At this point, there's no evidence of Minith engaging in any unlawful activity, at least as far as we can tell. Is there something we're missing? I do have one idea. Damn, already? Possibly. An Erebonian contact of mine once provided me with some reference material for a very similar case, though I can't say the circumstances are an exact match. Any lead that could help us with the investigation is a good one. If you think this other case is worth mentioning, we'd be happy to hear about it. Very well. Hell, I can hardly refuse you all. Ahem. From what I recall, several years ago, a man visited the estate of an Erebonian baron. He introduced himself as Rittner, an enterprising businessman working for a famous brewing company. Wait a minute. An Erebonian baron introducing himself as a businessman. Is this the case I think it is? Rittner presented the Baron with an opportunity to become rich beyond his wildest dreams, and quickly at that. He proposed that the Baron's barley fields, which had been passed down the family for generations, he proposed that which had been used to establish a brewery. The facilities would be constructed on the barony, and his family would be responsible for managing them. That was the idea, anyway. Hold on a second. What you're telling us is awfully reminiscent of what's going down in America. Yeah, it is, actually. I didn't even realize the connection until just now. Oh, but yeah, this is eerily similar to what happened to one particular family. The Baron accepted the deal and signed Rittner's contract. Then, under the pretense of constructing the brewery, the fields and a portion of the Baron's land were temporarily transferred to Rittner. Moreover, the Baron converted his assets It's into capital for the sake of getting the business off the ground. However, Rittner soon disappeared with both the deeds and the capital never to be seen again. The hell? The Baron and his family panicked after suddenly losing contact with Rittner. At the time, they had no idea of the gravity of what was about to unfold. To their shock and surprise, they learned Rittner had sold the deeds to a third party. The land was to be repurposed into a villa resort. Today, it stands as part of a suburb instead. In the end, the Baron's family racked up a substantial debt. Before long, they had lost their entire territory. With that, the family was stripped of their rank, and they vanished without a trace. This is the Capuas. This incident that Mr. Grimwood is telling us, this is the story of the Capuas. Damn, that's one hell of a story. That man conned them into giving up their property and sold it right under their noses. Who would even do such a thing? Your investigation immediately reminded me of that case. One person lies to earn another's trust before running off with a large fortune. It's a common strategy for committing fraud. Fraud? If this case is the same, then Mineth may not be a Quincy and Company employee at all. Well, he would simply be a con man trying to swindle America for all they're worth. Precisely. I can't say for certain that's the case here, but I'm concerned it might be. I agree. There are too many parallels between that story and our case. It'd be best if we shifted our focus to investigating this as a potential act of fraud. That changes the kinds of leads we should be looking into. Exactly. As far as Mineth goes, there are two major areas that stand out to me as suspicious. First, the plan of his. We need to find out whether or not he's actually done anything to establish this American honey company. We could probably figure that out by following the mirror trail. You'd have to apply for a bank loan to open a business in Crossbell. If it's all a sham, then we'll find the evidence we need at the IBC. The other point of concern is whether Mineth's actually an employee of the Quincy Company. The Quincy Company's headquarters aren't in Crossbell though, so that'll be a little tougher to ferret out. I may be able to help with that. We should try stopping by my grandfather's home. The McDowell estate? Why? There should be a brochure about the Quincy Company there. It outlines how the company operates. We may be able to find some useful information. What's something like that doing in your Gramps' pad, Mademoiselle? Well, because I happen to enjoy making sweets, alright? I once took an interest in the Quincy Company, so I ordered one of their brochures. Last I recall, it was on a shelf in my old bedroom. Then again, I doubt a simple brochure would have all the information we need. I wouldn't be so quick to discount the possibility. It's official Quincy Company material. You might be able to find something that conflicts with what Mineth said. It never hurts to cover all your bases. Agreed. Let's drop by the McDowell estate too and see how it pans out. Thanks for the invaluable advice, Mr. Grimwood. Because of you, we finally have some leads to chase down. Always happy to be of service. Just to confirm, you said you were using the Hayworth residence as a base of operations, yes? Yeah, we are. Very well. I will lend you my help with this case for as long as time permits. Though, unfortunately, I can't make any promises given my other responsibilities. That's not a problem at all. You've already helped us out immensely. Oh yeah, no shit. Like the second you discussed what I'm suspecting to be the Kapua incident. Holy shit. Like that was just like, that's awesome. I love that because it's like, huh. So as soon as we shift our perspective, it's like, oh shit. It's nice having a professional in the neighborhood we can lean on. I'll try to meet up with you at the Hayworths later. Good luck with your investigation until then. Thanks, Mr. Grimwood. Okay, let's get this investigation underway. To start, we'll need to go to the IBC and look into Mineth's plan regarding the American Honey Company. It'll be a good idea to swing by the McDowell estate for that brochure, too. Something in there might contradict Mineth's words. That gives us a total of 2 leads to follow up on. Roger. We won't rest until we find that evidence. Alright, let's go. Alright, we'll start with the brochure because that's probably going to give us the lowest amount of intel here. Maybe not that one. Yep, there we go. Let's see. Oh, here it is. This is the Quincy brochure I mentioned earlier. Dang, they even had this sucker bound. Can't say they didn't put any effort into the thing. I mean, they have ample resources to do so, considering the size of the company. Whatever is written inside should be sufficiently credible. Then it's a good thing we stopped by for it. Alright, let's take a closer look inside. As a leader in confectionery manufacturing, the Quincy Company strives tirelessly towards its next innovation. This brochure aims to briefly introduce the methods and creeds that drive our passion. We believe the key aspect to any confectionery is its taste. Otherwise, how could anyone enjoy it? With this belief as a core tenet, the Quincy Company refuses to compromise the quality of its products. Our factories are fitted with the latest equipment and operated with the utmost attention to hygiene. Here at the Quincy Company, we are particular not just about the quality of our ingredients, but where they are sourced as well. Our product development pipeline, too, is run with the strictest of standards. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives, who, after many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go to market. Only then can they reach the production line. This has been a Quincy Company tradition since its founding, such that we may deliver our valuable customers nothing less than the finest confectionaries to enjoy. It is this commitment to excellence that has made the Quincy Company the exceptional confectioner it is today. I mean, yeah, it is a lot of corporate double talk, but a couple of points about it actually kind of stood out to me. A little bit. Not like in your face, in your face, in your face, in your face, but more like interesting. I'm not sure what we were expecting. This is all a bunch of corporate double talk. Did anybody manage to find a contradiction between this and what Mineth has said? Not in particular. Maybe coming for this brochure was a waste of time after all. Actually, I did notice something. Thank you, Lloyd! Wait, because if even I could spot it. You did? Oh, I get it. You just activated the old detective mode and bam, right? Well, don't leave us hanging. What did you find? If you remember what Mineth told us at the hotel yesterday, the answer is obvious. It was only a passing remark, but it still comes into major conflict with what's written in this brochure, enough to prove that he isn't in fact an employee of the Quincy Company to begin with. You got that much out of this little pamphlet? That's right. You see, if Mineth... Sorry to cut you off, but where's the fun in spoiling it all now? What are you talking about? Well, if I'm being honest, it's annoying that you're the only one who's figured it out. So why not give the rest of us a chance to and save it for when we interrogate Mineth? Wazzy, this is an investigation, not some game. I agree with Wazzy, actually. Your hypothesis might not be accurate after all. As a precaution, we shouldn't let ourselves be swayed by a mere hunch. Not to mention, I don't appreciate you stealing the spotlight with your detective mode, as Randy put it. Why do I get the feeling that second comment was the real reason she doesn't want me to share? Fine, if you two insist. Instead, I want you all to consider everything we've learned so far. I'll summarize the main points into the brochure in the detective notebook. All that's left for us is to visit the IBC and see what we can find out there. Lead the way. Hello again, SSS. What can I do for you today? Well, we'd like to ask you for the IBC's cooperation with an investigation we're working on. Would it be possible for you to do an account search for us, Lenfei? Hey, we're hoping to look into some suspicious Mira transfers from a certain dispositor. You want me to pull up private information on one of our clients, then? Doing so is within company policy if it's related to a criminal inquiry. But would you mind telling me the details of the situation first? Not a problem, especially considering this is a fraud investigation. I see. I believe I understand the circumstances now. Will this be sufficiently probable cause for us to conduct a search? Cracking down on these kinds of things is in the bank's best interest, too. Fraud would damage your reputation. You are correct, and this is related to a legitimate investigation. I can help, but you'll have to settle for me simply telling you what I can and what I can pull up on my terminal screen here. That's more than enough, if you would, please. Very well. Let's search for an account registered under the name Mineth. America Honey Company, subsidiary of the Vinci Company. There we are. We do indeed have an account opened under that name. Hold on. What happened? Did you find something incriminating? Well, I don't have the authority to tell you the exact balance on record, but I will say the America Honey Company has no more than the minimum deposit in its account. What exactly does that mean? Basically, corporate accounts require an initial sum of capital to open. In this case, that base amount is all there is from what you've told me, that would leave you tens of thousands of Mira unaccounted for. Mineth has the construction of the factory, management of the fields, and more to cover. It is simply impossible for any minimum deposit to be capable of financing all of it. That much is clear. And despite him holding the titles to the land and signing several deals, the balance hasn't changed a single time. It's suspicious, to say the very least. By which I mean the account appears to have been made for the sole purpose of gaining Derek's trust. Things clearly aren't adding up here in more ways than one. Yeah, this is just the kind of evidence we needed. We appreciate your cooperation, Lanfei. Not at all. I'm glad I could be of assistance. Should you ever require anything more, please don't hesitate to ask. We'll keep that in mind. Okay, we now have material on every suspicious aspect in this plan. Let's make our way back to the Hayworth residence. Got it. Ah, it's the SSS. There you all are. Mr. Grimwood, I'm glad you can make it. Did you just get back yourself, Mr. Hayworth? Yes, I finished asking my business associates about the matter at hand. How did things go on your end? We were able to round up a few leads thanks to Mr. Grimwood. How about you, Mr. Hayworth? I did just the same, in a matter of speaking. You see, I'm not quite sure what to make of it all. Well, you went through the trouble of digging up that info, so you may as well share with the rest of the class. Agreed. The information may be beneficial to our investigation. I suppose you're right. I asked my business associates if the name Mineth rang any bells, having never heard it myself. What they informed me is that he's been making inquiries into a certain market since arriving in Crossbell. And what market would that be? Land prices in various locations throughout Crossbell. Land prices? He sounds more like a real estate agent at this point. Why would a Quincy Company employee even need that kind of information? Yeah, he's not Quincy Company. I've already figured that out. Between between the business account only having the minimal deposit as it, and the fact that and what I'm assuming Lloyd gleaned from the pamphlet. Yeah, no, no. The answer to that just might be instrumental into helping us figure out Mineth's true objective here. You think so? It's certainly something worth considering. Incidentally, I may have discovered something else of note since we last saw one another. Huh? Harold, Chief Cholta, could I ask you to help me find something in my office? At your office, Ian? I don't mind, but is it important? Well, it isn't substantial enough to prove anything in and of itself, but we may be able to use it as the final nail in the coffin once you've pinned Mineth down. You really got something like that up your sleeve, Grizzly Grim? Possibly, but we may not make it in time, so please don't wait for us. You ought to get to Amarika Village as quickly as you can. If Mineth is the criminal we think he is, then his plan could very well be in the final stages as we speak. I'm confident, however, that the evidence you have on hand will be enough for you to solve the case. Best of luck, SSS. Got it, thanks, Mr. Grimwood. Okay guys, off to Amarika Village. It's time to reveal Mineth's true colors and stop his phony deals dead in their tracks. Right.
Yosh, どこに行こうかな。さあ、行くぞ。
Floor it, Noel!
着いたぞ。
Damn it, did they already close the deal? News 6 again. Special sports section. Derek, Mineth, we have a few things we'd like to ask. What kind of agreements were you hoping to conduct today? Meddling in my affairs on my father's behalf again, are you? Please, Derek, there's no harm in answering their questions. After all, our plan has already been set into motion. What do you mean by that? Right before you all arrived, Derek and I finished signing the requisite paperwork. In doing so, we have arranged to expand the operations of the Lotus Fields lent to me by the villagers. The Quincy Company will then take over the management of the fields. What? You signed away the rights to almost all the villagers' agriculture. Is this really what you want, Derek? What are you talking about? Nothing is changing, it's only transferring management of the fields to him. Yes, of course, it's quite simple, really. With my company harvesting the honey, you'll be able to streamline production of the candy. A temporary transfer of the land's rights to my company is a necessary first step to facilitate the process. What a crafty bastard. His scheme has reached its final phase, which means... Now then, Derek, I'll be delivering this contract to our main office. I'll be in touch come tomorrow. Look forward to good news. Sounds great. I'll be waiting. Lloyd! We can't let him get away. Before you go, Mineth, we must ask a few more questions. Oh? And what might they be? Well, for starters, are you aware of the allegations leveled against you? The primary of which, of course, being suspicion of fraud. What? That's absurd! How dare you insult Mineth like that? Now, Derek, please calm yourself. Mineth? The special support section, was it? What could possibly make you suspect me of being a common criminal? Surely you have some manner of proof of your claim? That we do. Intriguing. Why don't you tell me about it then? But first, let me remind you that I am an Imperial citizen. If it turns out your allegations are indeed entirely baseless, I will do what I must to right that indignity, police officers though you may be. That's fine with us. Lloyd, don't worry, Ellie. Let me handle this. Based on our investigation, there's no doubt in my mind Mineth is guilty. I'm going to expose him as the fraud he is, and show Derek the truth. How very glib. If that's how you want to play this, then go right ahead. I'll answer anything you like. Well, your first question? Right, about your actions in Crossbell. There's a contradiction between what you said and what you've done. Could you please recount your actions for me? A contradiction? Very well. Since arriving at Crossbell, I have been cooperating with Derek to advance our plans. Said plan will result in the formation of the America Honey Company, a subsidiary of the Quincy Company. It will specialize in producing candy made from America's high-quality honey. Combined with my company's acumen, and it is a surefire success. The venture has already been proposed by the city and is just about prepped to launch. Tell me, what is so contradictory about that? Well, everything, actually. This plan is more like a charade from where I'm standing. Our investigation has uncovered a key discrepancy in what you just said. You see, Mineth, the thing is the contradiction is that the plan is underway. The records we looked into at the IBC reveal your mistake. You say this plan is prepared to launch. In reality, it hasn't made any progress at all. The IBC? What are you talking about? Consider this. If the Quincy Company truly did intend to go through with this plan in Crossbell, it would need a loan from the IBC to fund the construction and development of the subsidiary. Well, yes, of course. I registered the company with the city and opened a corporate account. But that's as far as you went, isn't it? The account for the American Honey Company contained no more than the minimum balance required to open it. While we weren't told the exact amount, I would speculate it's only in the tens of thousands of Mira. Just how do you plan to build a factory and run a business with so little starting capital? You looked into my IBC account. This can't be true, can it, Mineth? Please don't misunderstand, Derek. I never said that there was any credence to their claims. I am merely commenting on the audacity it takes for somebody to be so invasive. Forget that. Explain why there's hardly any Mira in that account. Being an executive of the company, I must be especially judicious in moving money around. As such, I can't take out a loan on behalf of the Quincy Company. Of course, I will be securing one from the IBC once I've received permission from the main office. Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. A deft evasion. Don't count us out just yet. I can tell Mineth is getting frustrated. If we continue to press him and pile on evidence, we can get him to crack. That look on your face tells me you have something more to ask. It just so happens that I do. That was far from our only point of contention about you, Mineth. You're still not satisfied? Don't let them rattle you, Derek. This will be a good opportunity for me to clear your mind of any and all doubt. Next, I'd like to ask about you, Mineth. You say that you're an executive of the Quincy Company, but is that really true? Wait, what are you implying? Are you trying to say that Mineth isn't associated with the Quincy Company at all? Well, that's what our evidence points to. Oh, goodness me. I didn't expect you to say something so outlandish. How about I show you my business card and employee ID? Those articles could easily be forged. Regardless, we have evidence that would supersede either of those. And we found it in a Quincy Company informational brochure. An informational brochure? Oh yeah, the one in Mademoiselle's room. We recorded the main points in the detective notebook. The brochure comes directly from the Quincy Company's main office, so there's no doubt as to its authenticity. What's more, there's a clear discrepancy between its contents and what you told us yesterday. What I told you? That's right. Something you mentioned made it clear to us that you aren't the executive you claim to be. And that is that you dislike sweets. Okay, not... Actually, no. No, that is, because it was like, oh, the tasting of the sweets. Okay. I thought that meant that more executives were going to have to be, like, present, but... No, his dislike of sweets actually would make it so that he would be unqualified to be an executive of the company. So that actually makes sense. Allow me to quote a statement you made yesterday. Despite working for the company, I've never been one for sweets. Do you deny this fact? Lloyd, how exactly is that relevant? That's right, I don't care for sweets. What of it? Are you trying to say that someone who dislikes sweets couldn't possibly work for a confectionery company? A confectionery company in general, maybe, but not this one in particular. What are you on about? Note, who do you work for? The confectionery police department? This is what was written in the brochure. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives, who, after many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go into market. Isn't that curious? What does it... Wait! It doesn't make sense that somebody like Mineth, who dislikes sweets, would be hired by a company like Quincy, not with a tradition like that. Wouldn't you agree? No, I never said I hated sweets. That's not going to work on us. You admitted to not liking them in this very conversation. How stupid do you think we are? Gah! So that raises the question. Why would you lie about being an executive of the Quincy Company? It's simple. You intended to gain Derek's trust before ripping him off. This is the only deduction I can make based on the evidence. As for the confectioner seeking to make use of America's honey, the Quincy Company was merely a name with weight to it, one that Mineth threw around as a show of credibility. Mineth, what is the meaning of this? You tricked me? Derek, don't allow yourself to be deceived by these scoundrels. What'd you just call us? Think about it for a second. Let's say, for argument's sake, that I did come to America Village for the purpose of founding a fraudulent honey company. If, that being the case, I had an ulterior motive in deceiving my very good new friend Derek, then what was it? Why would I go to such ridiculous lengths? If you have no proof to back your claims, then you've no right to call me a fraud. You should arrest yourselves for slander. We do bear the burden of proof, as well as providing a viable motive. As far as the motive goes, I think I have a pretty good idea. Yeah. What? Are you sure, Lloyd? I haven't barely even started untangling everything that's going on here. I've got this. The person who pointed us in the right direction today also went to retrieve the final piece of evidence we need. The best piece of the puzzle that'll oust Mineth once and for all. Quit the mumbling. If you have something to say, then out with it. With pleasure. You went through all the links to deceive this village with one goal in mind. Seizing land rights. Your true objective here is obtaining the land rights to America Village itself. What? A trader we know named Harold Hayworth gave us some information about you. Immediately after arriving in Crossbell, you, Mineth, started looking into land prices throughout the state. If you were employed by the Quincy Company in search of new business ventures, this would make no sense. So why do it? I can only think of one possibility. Seizing land was your aim from the very start. Was? Of all the outrageous schemes. There's more to it. America Village is surrounded by scenic beauty, making it a high-value location. Suppose the deeds were sold to a third party as prime real estate for a villa resort. How much Mira do you think that would go for? Land like this, I would estimate somewhere in the tens of millions of Mira. That said, I don't think the villagers would ever agree to such an arrangement. Exactly. That's what made this whole fraudulent ruse, as painstaking as it was, a necessity. Now, if we assume your motive was to obtain the land itself, your actions become that much more clear. First, you obtained the rights to the lotus fields, the farmland, and the village's private property. Then, under the pretext of returning into your company's main office, you vanish from Crossbell entirely. Finally, you sell the deeds on the black market and product the hefty sum of Mira they're worth. That, Mineth, has been your plan the entire time. Ugh. Mineth, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Lloyd! Is that? Hey. Thank goodness, it looks like we made it in time. Derek. Father, Mr. Hayworth! Aren't you from Mr. Grimwood's office? I'm his assistant, Pete. He would have come himself, but he had to go back to drafting the Constitution. Did you come with evidence? That we did. Ian said that this would prove to be useful insurance. You're all going to want to take a look at this. There's a photograph. The man in this picture is... Why? Why do you have this? A reporter Mr. Grimwood knew in the Empire gave this to him a long time ago. However, the name in this photo isn't Mineth, it's Retner. Retner? I feel like I've heard that recently. Ah, I remember. It's the name of the man who stole the Erebonian Baron's land and the one Mr. Grimwood told us about. Ah! Oh yeah, that dude. That's right. I asked Ian about it again, and he said there's no mistaking it. Well, this is a plot twist I wasn't expecting. Lloyd, why don't you do Mineth the honors? Nurse, tell him the only thing this photo could mean. With pleasure. The reason the man before us, Mineth, and the man in the photo, Rittner, look identical is they're the same person. Mineth and Rittner are one and the same. That's the only explanation. And it's because they're the same person that their MOs are such a close match. Mr. Grimwood came to the same conclusion. This man must have swindling down to an exact orbital science. You're a crook, Mineth. As such, you'll be charged with attempted fraud. This is, of course, on top of the fraud you previously committed in Erebonia. And yeah, you better believe we'll be contacting Erebonia and saying, hey, we've got a jackass guilty of fraud here. Here on an Erebonian noble. I can only guess how many skeletons we'll find in your closet once we get done with you. I would very much like to hear all of the details in the department's interrogation room. Damn you! I am a professional. My work must be flawless. You meddlesome brats! Mineth. Don't get too full of yourselves just yet. You may have won this time, but I won't be apprehended so easily. Come, my lovely beasts. Oh, fucking course. What? Monsters? They appear to be well trained, too. These cougars, don't frickin' tell me. No. Derek! G-Tolta, it's too dangerous. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I know precisely what I'm doing, hence why I'm doing it. Oh, and don't think for even a second about trying to fight me. That is, unless you value the lives of Derek and the villagers. Ugh. Now step aside, if you would. Fare thee well, for we shall never meet again. Okay, that's cutscene incompetence right there, because the SSS could have fought off the beasts, while the little frickin' Chief Tolta or somebody could have fucking knocked him flat on his ass. Like, come on. Damn it, we can't let him escape. After him. You have a car! Oh my god. No! He managed to get away. Ugh, I've never been so frustrated. You know, I was gonna give this quest a plus, but no. No. Ugh. I've never been so frustrated. I can't believe a spineless coward like him gave us the slip. At least none of the villagers were hurt. Let's look at the silver lining. What a mess. If we come across him again, he won't be so lucky. For now, though, let's regroup with Chief Tolta and the villagers so we can report what's happened. Come on! You have a fucking... Oh my god, I hate this. I get it that technically you could be without it, but, like, come on. Oh, fuck this bullshit. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. Fuck it. We're gonna up the cutscene incompetence negatives, because no. That scene is so awful. That scene alone cemented the cutscene incompetence negative to 3, because that's, I'm sorry, no. No, there was like 6 different ways we could have fucking dealt with that. We could have dealt with that. Fucking Noel and Ellie have guns, for fuck's sakes. No. 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 I'm no. Absolutely not. Cutscene incompetence out the fucking ass. I can't thank you all enough for what you've done today. It is no exaggeration to say that you saved the village from the clutches of that con man. Though he still got away in the end. Yes, but now the department knows to keep a lookout for him. It should only be a matter of time before he's caught. Derek? I made a grave mistake, and I put everyone through so much trouble just so they could fix it. I let that man rope me into his scheme, and it nearly cost all of us our livelihoods. Don't be so hard on yourself. Though if you're not the one who's guilty, wrong. It's my fault completely, no two ways about it. I was so desperate to fix and reform America that I ignored my father and almost drove it into the ground instead. I have no right to become the next village chief. That is where you're wrong, father. I've been so stuck in the old ways that I never tried to hear your proposals for what they were. I've known the village will go under if we maintain our current course, and yet I've done nothing. It is my inaction that drove you to this. Thus, must bear a large share of the responsibility for letting it happen. That's very admirable, Chief Tolta. Thanks to this crisis, I finally realized where I went wrong. The welfare of this village cannot hinge entirely on the ideology of a single stubborn old man. So instead, Derek, I would ask that you provide me your input as well. We will each contribute to our ideas and discuss with them with the villagers. That is the only way we can ensure a future for America. You're right. I'm so sorry, Father. From here on out, I'm going to dedicate myself to the betterment of the village. I'm happy the two of you were able to reconcile. Same. Makes almost losing your whole village to some crook worth it, wouldn't you say? Fuck you, Wazzy. Like, no, straight up, fuck you. I'm sorry, but this is fucking stupid. Stupid. Like, I get it, forgive and move on, but fuck off. Thank you, Noel. Yeah, learn how to fucking read the room. This is not the time to be making stupid jokes. I'm really sorry about him. I swear, we've tried everything. At any rate, we owe you all an enormous debt, so allow me to express my thanks once more. I also owe my gratitude to Mr. Grimwood. It's a shame he couldn't be here. I'll pass your thanks to Mr. Grimwood and let him know what happened. Even if I only played a minor role, I'm glad I could have been assistance. I look forward to our continued partnership, Chief Tolta. Same to you, Harold. If you could, keep on a lookout for Minith, just in case he returns. And of course, you can always contact the SSS if you ever need your assistance. Hopefully it'll never be for anything related to this ordeal again. We'll be sure to keep you in mind. You know, that... You know what? No. I said I don't pull my punches, and I meant it. I'm actually going to give another negative. And that negative is... Whoops. Whoops. Let's turn off caps lock. You know what? I do actively fucking hate this a lot, so... I'm actually going to give Minith's escape a triple negative. I know that sounds harsh, and it is. It is very harsh of me. But here's the thing. Minith escaping makes no fucking sense. It's... Every other time a McCrook has given us the slip, right? It's because they have like ridiculously like inhuman abilities, which still makes no sense for that stupid old lady, but whatever. They acknowledge in universe that there's superhuman feats. Those dogs are not a fucking excuse. We have fought dogs like that before. And even with Randy recognizing them as dogs from the Red Constellation, it doesn't fucking matter. That's still dumb. Not even an attempt. Not even an attempt. If, say, Chief Dolta and Anger had frickin' punched Minith and then the dogs reacted to that, and that led to an actual, like, game fight, I would have been like, okay, you know what? At least somebody tried to stop Minith. And then while we were fighting the dogs, that's why Minith got away. I would have been okay with that. Having to fight the dogs and that's why Minith gets away, that would have made perfect sense. He got away in the confusion. Okay, you know what? I'll grant you that. Because then he's just gone and that's the end of that. But the dogs even leave with Minith. That's fucking stupid. Like, that's beyond stupid. Give me a goddamn break. And... And that actually paints... And if those are from where I think they're from, that paints the Red Constellation in an even worse light. Because that's... Like, what the fuck is the point of lending your mutts to fucking con artists like that at Zygmunt? No, seriously, what the actual fuck? You know? So, no. No. Triple negative for that. Upping the cutscene competence to triple negatives. Fuck all that shit. Ugh. I know it sounds like I'm being a dick here, but no. That's so stupid. Ugh. And again, it all boils down to the fact that I've heard that the crossbow arc is so well written. Yeah, Azure has not been that well written. It has been trails, well written trails, wise. But it's been pretty badly written in several. It's been well written in several spots, and also terribly written in others. It's been all over the goddamn place, and that was what was plaguing Zero too. Like, Zero got plagued hard by that. So, no, God, no. That is an awful side quest, and I hate it. And there is another goddamn. Did I do that one? Let's see. Yep, inside scoop the cult incident, so I have that one. Okay, cool. Okay. And yeah, there's a hidden quest. I'm gonna AFK briefly, I'll be right back. Okay, so apparently there's something in here I can grab. Oh.
乗りますか？目的地を選んで
That
ください。
was at America.
お安いご用です。
So, I'll head back there.
はい、到着しました。
Ow. Oops. Oh, come on. Might as well grab that. Alright.
どうしますか？目的地を選んでください。お安いご用です。はい、到着しました。
Alright, that one's done. This should suffice. So another completed thingy. I think that just about does it. Do you have a minute, Noel? Lloyd? Yeah, come on in. Is it time to go? Just about. HQ didn't need anything else in particular from us today. Everyone's still getting ready, though, so don't feel like you have to rush. What are we writing over there? Official paperwork? Oh, yeah, it's just one of my duties as a temporary transfer. I have to send Commander Bales a report each week. Well, keep up the good work. Wow, it seems like your room isn't so bare bones anymore, huh? You've got a bike here now, and it's... And is that a pair of racing flags on the wall? Oh, you recognize them? Sure. I did live in Calvert for 2 years. Now that I think about it, I saw a lot more bicycles there than I do here. As for the flags, they have orbital car races over there, too, don't they? Yeah, exactly. My late father was especially fond of those, actually. Back when I was a kid. He bought us train tickets and took me on a trip to see a race. He was always busy with the ZGF, so we only went that one time. I see. Is he the reason why you love cars so much? I'm that obvious, huh? I'd love to watch another race, next time I get vacation off work. No telling when that'll be, though, if ever. I hear you there. Though I get the sense she'd prefer to be behind the wheel instead of in the stands. Changing the subject for a bit. Is there any bicycle models you'd recommend? I'd love to learn about them sometime. Oh? Back when I lived in Calvert, I had this friend who was something of a biker. It definitely stoked some interest in me. I was thinking we could go for a ride together, either on one of our days off. What do you say? That sounds great. Bikes do a lot more than just get you from point A to point B. Hey, they're good for a workout, handy in a pinch. Importantly, fun to ride. I'll bring you a catalog from my house next time. Sorry, spaced out there for a second. Ugh. Thanks, I appreciate it. Ugh. Alright, so we completed Noel's collection. Oh yeah. I forgot there's a couple of events I should go deal with. Got so caught up in the side quests that it slipped my mind. Oh hey guys. Getting some reading done, Kia? Sure am. I'm looking for something to cheer Shizuku up on my next visit. I'm still deciding what book to bring, though. Oh, this one's pretty interesting so far. So far? But wait, that is from the Braille corner, isn't it? Kia, can you read Braille? Yep. Is that a big deal? A big deal? Someone help me out, because I don't even know where to begin with this one. Yeah. Did they teach you that in Sunday school? Nope. I picked it up while hanging out with Shizuku. Did you know that at Mark and the Witch of the Deep Forest has a Braille version too? That made it a lot easier to pick up. I got that reading a book that you're already familiar with would help, but still. Uncanny comprehension skills are hardly out of the ordinary for a Kia. Yeah, that's very true. Alright. What other bonding points and possibilities are there? Let's see. Dudley. Oh, there you are, Dudley. Here are the shoes you ordered, Mr. Dudley. Thank you, Hanson, my good man. I'd like to try them out right away if I... And what do you think you're doing here at your SSS? Well, we were gonna ask you the same thing. Those kicks look pretty costly. So, you special ordered shoes? What brand are they from? I'll thank you not to lump me in with those logo-chasing imbeciles. They are custom-made. Wow, you're a tough customer to please. You get your loafers made to order? I just buy whatever's affordable. And exactly what nonsense are you trying to squeak out, Bannings? Huh? You sound as though you're suggesting that handmade artisanal leather shoes are frivolous. Well, that's where you're wrong, Junior. I never said that. Leather shoes are more complex and profound than a rookie like you could ever comprehend. The more you wear them, the more they conform to the shape of your feet. Excuse me, they conform to the shape of your feet. The deeper their rich texture becomes. Only a fool would imply such harmony and bliss would be even remotely attained via bargain bin footwear. This feels needlessly over-dramatized. I'm with you on that one, Tio. I've never seen Detective Dudley so passionate about anything outside of work. My apologies for the tangents. Returning to the original topic at hand, I'm here on a well-deserved break, and I'd like to enjoy it before I have to get to my next engagement, so make yourselves scarce. Okay. We're out of here. I do like that. That's a nice scene. And apparently it raised our bonding points with Dudley. Interesting. Still not at max, but that's okay. What do we got here? What was I up to? Right, I was gonna go check on other shit. There is one at Ursula College. Does this package thing take me there? Yes, it does. That's so okay. Alright. Whoop. Ah. Oh. Damn that, man. The old fossil isn't picking up at all. What are you doing, Imelda? Oh, it's you kids. I was merely trying to contact George to ask him about my new doll. Meister George, you mean? Yes, but I haven't been able to get a hold of him all day. I'm sure he's there, but he's in the middle of but if he's in the middle of work, he won't be answering for a while. That's right. We learned that Imelda and the Meister knew each other when we took that request earlier in the year. This seems like a good chance as any to ask her about his studio. So what are you kids doing here? Did you need something? If it's an antique you want, you know I'm always ready to make a sale. Not quite. We wanted to ask you a few quick questions. And why exactly are you kids snooping around about the place, we were just curious, that's all. Really now? Well, alright, but it's not as though I know very much about George himself. After all, he is a reclusive hermit who whittles his days away tinkering with dolls, hardly the talkative sort. I already mentioned that he's handling Arkansas sets, but it's about all I can tell you. That wasn't as helpful as we were hoping. As long as I can make a profit from his dolls, I couldn't care less. As the old coot's private life is hardly any business of mine. Yeah. So much for them being pals. He's just a cash cow to her. Or perhaps the professional nature of their relationship is the very reason they're still on good terms. Sounds like our only choice is to visit the man himself. Well, you're right. Let's go, guys. Alright, but the music box. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I do have that to deal with, don't I? Well, let's get as much mirror as I can. And then buy those other thingies. There. Oh, I needed 3,000. Ah. Oh, we're definitely getting the little Tio paint job. How much can I get for... Whoa! Whoa, that actually is a lot. Okay. Let's go 223 then. 183. Whoops. There we go. And we'll get that. There we go. All right. There's all of the. There's all of the parts. There's maxed out.
いい感じかな。
And so here's the little Ellie paint job. Not sure how I feel about that one, honestly. And the little TO1. Okay, that actually looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, that actually looks kind of cool. So there's, yeah, now there's literally only one left. Oh, and you can actually view it too. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. It looks alright. Even has the Trails to Azure logo on the top. As does the Teal one. You know what? This will be the Teal mobile. We'll let it be the Teal mobile for now. Ow. All right. Now let's go to the south exit, I guess. There we go. Excuse me, are you with the Kapua delivery service? Yeah, I am. Who are you guys? We're with the special support section of the Crossbow Police. We came to speak to you about the support request you submitted. Oh, so it's you. Thanks a bunch. I'm in a real bind here. Here, the job's going to take a while to complete, though. Are you ready to start now? Of course, you can count on us. The request was about some misdelivered packages, right? Yep, and boy were they misdelivered. See, our company delivers parcels to places all over the continent, but unfortunately we made an error while we were here in Crossbell. Several packages were listed with incorrect addresses by our staff and sent to the wrong locations. That does sound like a problem. How does such a mistake happen to multiple packages at once? Well, our president's a little bit of a scatterbrain, to put it nicely. This isn't the first time something like this has happened either. One time, he even mixed up a shipping label with a letter from a friend. Wow, doesn't sound like your president's the most meticulous person out there. I won't deny it, but he's a good man. When we had nowhere to go, he took us in with open arms. Sorry, I got off topic there. Long story short, I need you to help straighten out all of the packages that ended up at the wrong addresses. We usually have a local shipping company handle the cargo once it gets to Crossbell State, so I'd have no idea where I was going. Sounds simple enough. Do you happen to have a bead on where all those errant deliveries are? Yes, according to what I have here, a parcel intended for St. Ursula Hospital ended up at Mainz Der Ziegel Inn. What St. Ursula received instead was originally bound for a private home in the residential district. What I would like for you to go to each of those places, reclaim those misdelivered packages, and get them to their original recipients. Oh, and you also need these. I'll take it this is the package that was supposed to go to Der Ziegel. Oh, and this shipping label was supposed to be attached to one of them that was delivered to St. Ursula. That's right. So first off, deliver the little parcel, this little parcel to Der Ziegel Inn. Then the package there should go to St. Ursula Hospital, which means you'll have to swap them with, the more I try to sort this out in my head, the more confusing it gets. Basically, we just need to exchange and redeliver the packages in order. Yes, that'd do it. Sorry, I know this is a mess, but I'm counting on your help. Don't worry, I think we can handle it. Let's start by going into Der Ziegel and Mainz first. This is gonna be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Yep. Especially with garbage fast travel.
乗りますか？どこに行きますか？
Alright, into the T-O-Mobile.
お安いご用です。
Oh, and off to Mainz Mining
お待たせしま
Village.
した。
Hey, if it isn't the kids from the police. You all looking to book a room with us? Not quite. We came here about a case we're working on. Have you received any strange packages recently by any chance? Strange packages? Oh, as a matter of fact, the most peculiar delivery came in earlier. Why anyone thought to send it to us, I couldn't even begin to guess. Do you happen to know something about it? Jackpot. Well, actually, explain. Oh, so that's what happened. So the package we received was supposed to go to St. Ursula then. No wonder it was chock full of scalpels and such. Which, I can only imagine how disconcerting it was that when they suddenly arrived. You don't know the half of it. Luca got so spooked she was hellbent on throwing them out with the trash tomorrow. It's a good thing we made it in time. Here, let me give you the package you were supposed to receive. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's have a look-see. Yep, these are the Liberalian drinking glasses I ordered a while back. Nick, I'm positive this package is ours. It's glad to be of service. Now then, could you please easily have the package that was misdelivered? Could we please have the package that was misdelivered to you? Of course. Give me just a moment. And here you are. I trust you'll get that to the hospital where it should be. Thanks, we will. Alright, let's drop by St. Ursula Hospital next. We should inquire at the reception desk. I wonder if I can do that hidden quest right now. Ooh, I can! So let's do this one. Mr. Nielsen? Is that you, Lloyd? Yes, hello again. I'm glad you remember me. I never forget the voices of those I've had the pleasure of interviewing. Is this man? Yeah, he's that famous journo. They met a while back. That's right. It's Marcel Nielsen. What brings you to Mainz, if I may ask? I have an interview scheduled with Mayor Bixen, so it's as it so happens. I'll be asking him for his account on Maine's origins as a septium mining village, as well as how it has changed in the modern day. With the topic of independence looming over Crossbell, I thought it pertinent to reflect on the state's history. Not a bad idea. That's an insightful perspective to have, for lack of a better phrase. I'll consider it a compliment. My circumstances do give me pungent for taking things the long way around. But enough about me. I heard you all contributed to stopping the terrorist attack at the trade conference. With that in mind, I have the urge to interview you about the matter. Would you mind terribly? You see, there are several lingering questions I have regarding the motivations behind that attack. I suspect speaking with you will help me uncover over the meaning of it all. The meaning behind the terrorist attack? That may be difficult to divulge. Dio's right. Information about that case is restricted to members of the state government and police force. Even if we do take your questions, we'll be pretty limited in what we can divulge. That's understandable, and well within my expectations. Nevertheless, I believe there is still merit to be had in discussing the matter. What do you say? Our last interview with him is definitely insightful. Participating in a second one could be a good idea if we have some time. And yeah, we have time. Knock this one out while we're here, and then head over to St. Ursula and knock that one out while we're at it. Alright, we'll agree to your interview. Splendid, thank you for your time. Let us begin right away then. Thank you all again for agreeing to this interview. Our topic of discussion is the recent terrorist attack that occurred at the West Sumerian Trade Conference. To begin, I would like to confirm the identity of the perpetrators involved. Could you do that for me, Lloyd? Two terrorist cells from within the major powers were working in conjunction with one another. One was the Imperial Liberation Front from Erebonia. The other was comprised of members of Calvert's anti-immigration faction. That's right, those were indeed the parties responsible. I will refrain from delving into their backgrounds and founding principles. However, it is worth noting that the two groups have no history of collaboration, and yet that they mounted a united front against the conference. I am given to understand that they were abetted by a so-called society that had also been operating covertly in Liberl. Yeah, the Society of Ouroboros. Thinking back, the terrorists were making use of archaisms at the trade conference. Do you know of the society, Mr. Nielsen? I have come across their name before, yes. Yes, they're a bit of an enigma to be certain. I take it your work has led you to learning of them as well? We've heard a thing or two. And the more we hear, the shadier they seem to be. At any rate, we can say definitively that their true aims are completely shrouded in mystery. Trying to deduce their objectives at this time would be entirely in vain. I'm inclined to agree with that. Let us move on to the next topic then. And I would like to review the identities and perspectives of the two major powers in regards to the attack. My sources tell me that each nation employed outside forces in secret. Both of these forces contributed greatly to the resolution of the incident. What I find peculiar is that although the Empire and Republic foresaw the attack, they elected not to prevent it, leaving both terror groups at large. I have to wonder why they would want to do it. I have to wonder why that is. What do you suppose they were trying to achieve, Lloyd? Yeah, they were trying desperately to contain opposing political factions. Each terrorist group was backed by a political faction that stands at odds with its respective country's leader. I think their top priority was to keep those two opposing factions in check. In Chancellor Osborne's case, he was looking to put pressure on Erebonia's noble faction. As for the President Rocksmith, he was looking to deter anyone who agrees with Calver's radical nationalists. I agree. That is the only logical explanations for why they allowed the terrorists to remain at large. As a result, the public tide has turned in their favor. Citizens from either country are raising their voices against the aforementioned factions. Political leverage, then, was the end goal. On a separate note, you identified this as their top priority, did you not? I find that curious. Do you mean to imply that they had another objective in mind as well? Lloyd. Yeah, I can imagine one other objective. I also think it was to gain a foothold for their advancement into Crossbell. Oh. Crossbell is in their crosshairs, so to speak. That much is clear as day when both leaders offered to station their troops in Crossbell at the conference. Yes, and the terror attack fueled the narrative that Crossbell cannot keep its borders safe by itself. That only places further pressure on the state to accept their proposals. The non-aggression pact that Liberal introduced has essentially lost all power as a deterrent at this point. Moreover, Crossbell's independence proposal has placed it square in the public eye of both the Empire and the Republic, thereby redirecting the attention of either country's citizens away from their domestic conflicts and discontent. So even that was by design. I've heard of two birds with one stone, but this is more like drowning a flock with a boulder. Well then, I see you've all considered this in just as much detail as I have. If you don't mind, I would like to move on to our final topic. It is apparent that the two countries had a mutual understanding as far as the attack was concerned. Do you believe this is evidence of a greater alliance between them? Yeah, that is completely out of the question. No, I think that's out of the question. Ultimately, they both have the same objective, sole possession of Crossbell. Yes, that's exactly right. In the end, the incident at the conference was no more than in a one-time instance of them acting in lockstep. Furthermore, Crossbell is simply too valuable for either country to let it remain as a simple buffer zone. There's no room for allyship if each aspires to take it for themselves. Their parallel actions tipped their hands as to their conflicting motivations. Well, for a blind man, your aim is impressive. So this was all just a warm-up before the real thing. Eventually, they're going to be at each other's. They're going to go at each other, guns blazing. Yes, and imagine the war of intelligence they're waging will only worsen from there. The increasing activity from the Jaegers and criminal syndicates in Crossbell can likely be attributed to that as well. Unfortunate as it is, I would not be surprised to see a resurgence of inexplicable incidents such as those from Crossbell's past. Inexplicable incidents? What do you mean? No, never mind. Never mind that. Forgive me for speaking out of turn. That aside, I believe we've sorted out a number of matters regarding the terrorist attack during the terrorist attack. Asking for this interview was a wise decision indeed. Thank you for your time. Likewise, this was very enlightening. I think we understand the current situation more clearly now. It was almost more informative than I was prepared to handle. I'm glad to hear you found it beneficial. It would be wonderful if we could start chat like this again sometime, future circumstances permitting. Of course, we'll be more than happy to. Alright, and that is the hidden quest done. Alright.
どうしますか？どこに行きますか？
Alright. To Saint
お安い
Ursula.
ご用です。はい、到着しました。
Welcome back to St. Ursula Hospital's Special Support Section. What can we do for you today? About that, Sarah, there's something we need to ask you about. It concerns one of our requests. Explain. Oh, so that's what that package was. As our nurse admin Martha was raking her brain over it, she thought maybe a nurse made a mistake with the purchase order. A mistake, you say? Yes, it happens. One of our, and clumsier nurses has done something to that effect in the past. Multiple times, in fact. Did she now? So does that mean the package is currently at the nurse's station? Yes, it should be. Hey, feel free to go to the second floor and have a look for yourself. Well, here's hoping. And it really makes your heart go out to the poor nurse who is falsely accused. Just a little. Anyways, let's head upstairs. Oops. Wrong way. Honestly, you see, Roan, you should be old enough to know better than this. Why is it that we can't even place a simple order without making these mistakes? No, there's gotta be some other explanation. Just as Mifa, she even watched me put the order together. I mean, sure, it took me 20 tries before I got the numbers right, but we did it eventually. The things Mifa has to put up with. You're lucky he's so fond of you. Pardon us, did something happen? Oh, Oh, hello, SSS. Cerrone there was tasked with placing an order for medical supplies, but we've run into a problem of sorts. The package that arrived didn't have any supplies. Instead, it had some sort of worn-out doll inside. Goddess knows why. Mind you, this isn't Cerrone's first offense. Earlier this year, he botched an order of bed sheets too. Oh, come on. Why don't you believe me? I'm telling you, I know I got it right. Lloyd, are you thinking the same thing I am? Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. But what are you referring to? Well, we might know a thing or two about what happened here. A misdelivery? So the package we received was never meant for us to begin with? That's right. We are currently in the middle of sorting it all out. Would this happen to be the package you were expecting? It appears so. These are the medical tools I placed on order for. Thank you for coming all this way to deliver them to us, SSS. I suppose I owe you an apology, Cerrone. I hope you can forgive me. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions like that. It's all water under the bridge now. As long as you're not still mad at me. Oh, I almost forgot. They should have put something in here. Here it is. Is my new Ukagemaru's arrow strap. Yep. Since we were already placing an order, I figured I might as well add this to the package too. Ew, isn't it just adorable? Cerrone, perhaps we're going to need to have another talk after all. Sorry to interrupt, but if you wouldn't mind, could we take the package you received by mistake? We'll make sure it gets to the right person. Why, of course. Give me a moment. Here it is. Be careful with it now. No, thanks. We'll take it from here. Let's see. According to the shipping label that Aaron gave us, this package was meant for a private address in the residential district. Now all we have to do is deliver it and the request will be complete. Residential district? It must be one of the homes near Speaker McDowell's then. Do you recognize the address, Ellie? Let me take a closer look. I think I do, but this address, if I'm not mistaken, it's the empty house to the right of the Representative Campbell's. Wait, isn't that the house people kept saying was haunted 10 years back? Yes, that's the one. The hell? What's going on? Is it possible somebody moved in recently? I couldn't really say for sure. Only way to find out is to head there ourselves. Let's go deliver this package. But first... Hi, Cecile. Good morning, SSS. Well, hello there, Lloyd. What brings you all here today? Did you want to pay Shizuko a visit? Yes, we did. We're not interrupting, though, are we? Oh, no, not at all. I just came to tell her that Michelle sent her a letter. Michael sent her a letter from the Lamont state. I was going to ask if she wanted me to read it. Did you say Michael? Isn't that the boy Dr. Sealand operated on? Yes, he was also staying on this floor, so the two of us became good friends. We promised to exchange letters with one another when he left the hospital. From regular pals to pen pals, eh? It's not uncommon for St. Ursula to receive letters from former patients like this. Sadly, it isn't easy finding the time to respond with the sheer volume of our workloads. Still, it's nice to hear from them, knowing that someone I cared for is leading a happy, healthy life never fails to give me a boost of energy. That sounds like you, Cecile. I bet you put a lot of love and care into every reply you make. Perhaps I should begin writing letters to Martha as well. I'm sorry. I'm sure she'd like that. She was so happy that after seeing you for the first time in years. It's never too late. You're always welcome to give it a shot. I will consider it once our work slows down. Alright. Nice little scene there. Alright. Whoops. Let's not and say we did on that
Yes.
front.
行くか。どこに行こうかな。
Alright.
さあ、行くぞ。
Back to the city.
よし、着いたぞ。
Yeah, there we go. This is definitely the address. You're right, but this place doesn't exactly feel lived in, you know what I mean? Did somebody mess up? Maybe the sender wrote down the wrong address? It's possible. Even if they did, the delivery slip doesn't actually list a recipient, only a destination. Either way, we aren't going to find out anything for sure unless we ask. What's wrong, Tio? Nothing. Hold on, look. It opened? It's open? It was a little ajar, so I thought it might be. Well, we may as well show ourselves in and see if anyone really did order this. Yeah, I guess so. Excuse me, is anyone home? What did I tell you? No one lives here. But this is definitely the address listed on the delivery slip. The front entrance wasn't locked either. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Huh? A girl? Oh, excuse us, little girl. Girl, are you the only one home? We're here to deliver a package and... Oh, you mean she's finally here? Her, don't just stand there, come in. The kid was so excited she didn't even let you finish. Looks like we found our recipient. She's clearly expecting a delivery after all. That's odd, though. If there really was a little girl living here, I'm sure I'd have heard of it. Don't know what to tell you. You met the squirt 10 seconds ago, same as the rest of us did. What the hell's going on here? I wish I had a good answer for that. But for now, let's follow her in and see where it leads. Maybe she can give us a better idea of what the story with this place is. Well, here's the package you ordered, I think. Yay, she's finally come home. Oopsie daisy. That's one raggedy doll. Oh, think it's one of those famous antiques, you know, from the Rosenberg studio? I don't think so. It doesn't look very expensive to me. So this doll, did it used to be one of yours, maybe? She's not an it. She's my beloved little sister. Isn't she just adorable? Is she now? Well, thank goodness we were able to reunite the two of you then. Thank you, everyone. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to take her back to our bedroom. Am I the only one who feels completely lost about this? It doesn't seem like anyone else is home either. No parents or anything. What's wrong, Tio? Nothing. It was only my imagination, I think. Hey, who's in there? Someone's at the front door now? Another guest, perhaps? Her parents don't seem to be home, so maybe we should answer for her. Yeah, good call. Imelda? Well, if it isn't the SSS, and what are you doing in a place like this? Well, we came on police business. What brings you all the way out here from your antique shop? Police business? What the devil for? The house has been completely abandoned for over a decade. As for what I'm doing here, I've been using this building as a warehouse for my merchandise for some time now. What's the matter? You look as if you just saw a ghost. Alright, what's the big idea here? Even if Imelda's telling the truth about using this place for a storage space, how do you explain the creepy little girl we just handed that doll to? Good question. We could always ask her ourselves. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Right, there has to be. I'm pretty sure she went into that back door just past the living room. What? Are your ears screwed on right? I just told you no one lives here. Eh. What? Where did that little girl go? Think she's hiding somewhere? Lloyd, look at those! Huh? Dolls? I recognize the one we just delivered, but the other one, it looks just like the girl we spoke to. I think the lot of you owe me an explanation here, wouldn't you say? Now spill it. Or would you rather arrest yourselves for trespassing? I don't think that's how it works, but I'll try to explain. I see. Turns out what he said had a grain of truth in it after all. What are you talking about? I purchased one of those two dolls while traveling abroad many years back. They were said to have been crafted to resemble the daughters of a noble family from long ago. They were a set of twins, so two dolls were made. Unfortunately, I was only able to get my hands on one of them. There's nothing wrong with the doll, per se, but strangely, I could never convince anyone to ever even consider buying it. What does that last part have to do with anything? For a detective, you're astonishingly dim. The point is, you were made to deliver a second doll, whereupon you came across a mysterious girl who resembles the first. What I'm saying is perhaps that doll came to life and summoned her twin to ooh her. No? That's ridiculous! Not really, not in this setting. A certain man has always insisted to me that every doll he makes has its own destiny. Perhaps the old fogey was onto something this whole time. Every doll has its own destiny. I do remember Meister George saying something along those lines. Are you telling us that girl we spoke to is the ghost of this doll? I refuse to believe it. The veracity of that claim aside, there is a substantial concentration of spiritual energy in this building. I can sense the presence of the three higher elements too. The way I could at the Moon Temple and Stargazer's Tower. In other words, what we witnessed may have been a spiritual phenomenon of sorts. A spiritual phenomenon? That would explain the hair standing up on the back of my neck. Man, this would be a hell of a lot easier if we were just hallucinating. But if Teotot says there's something to it, I'm not going to tell her otherwise. You're kidding, right? I don't want to believe any of this. But it's fun to watch you all shiver and tremble yourselves silly. At the end of the day, whether or not you put any stock into the blatherings of that reclusive doll fanatic is up to you. But one thing is for certain, and that is, now that those sisters are reunited, they can finally find a proper home, by which I mean a prospective buyer. And that's good news for my bottom line. It's always about the money, huh, old hag? Anyway, that wraps up this request, I think. Let's go back and report to the Kapua delivery service employee. Right. The sooner we leave this house of horrors, the better. Hey, looks like you managed to get all the packages where they needed to go. You guys are lifesavers. Thanks, Special Support Section. It was no problem. So, not that it's any of my business, but is she okay? Her face is kind of pale. It couldn't have been. And we didn't talk to it, did we? I guess she's still a little haunted by the experience. I don't blame her. Give her some time and she'll be fine. Yeah, don't worry about it too much. If you say so. Anyway, I'd best be going now. Oh, if I ever need help in Crossbell again, I'll let you know. Call us anytime. We'll be happy to assist. Alrighty. So first things first. This is kind of annoying. You have to come back to the abandoned house to get this. And with that, we get the achievement Tender Loving Car for buying all of the car accessories, all orbital car customization options. Excellent. So, yeah. So,
よし行くか
one last palette to take a look at. Just a deep red. That's not bad. Alright, back to the little TO paintwork. Alright. Yeah. With that, that is all of that done. Well, let's head to the entertainment district so I can see something here. Whoops. Whoa! Hang on. Ugh. Okay. So, so we can, there's one for Randy's room and one for Lloyd's room. 2,000 is 10. 10,000 Mira. Well, I'll leave it. I'm not gonna do that. I could, but meh. Alright.
よし
Let's get a save in. There.
よしどこに行こうかなさあ行くぞ到着だ
God damn it.
データ収集を開始します。
Guess I should see if I scanned you, and I did.
行くぜおととい来やがれってな
あれは
Hey, look. Moving truck.
マイスター本当に助かり
Thank
ま
you
した
again, Maester.
なん
You've
と
been a
か
big
明後日の
help.
公演に間
With
に合わせられ
these,
そ
we'll
うで
be
す
able to set it. we'll be all set for the debut of our new performance in just a couple of
ま
days.
ったくお前たちの劇団
Adius
ときた
above,
ら
your troop is
毎度
far too
毎度
demanding
要求
with
が
its
高すぎ
requests,
る
each and every one
オ
of
ート
them.
マタの調整ならま
Tuning
だ
the
し
automata
新た
would
な舞
have
台装
been
置の
work
発注
enough,
まで
but designing an entirely new stage set on top of
わ
that?
しとて暇で
I'm
は
a
な
busy
い
man, you know.
本当に申し
I
訳ありま
really
せ
do
ん
apologize
何
for
せ
that.
イリアさんと
Ilya
劇
and
団
the
長か
troop
らの要
leader
求が高くて
can have some pretty lofty standards
つい
sometimes.
あのような仕掛けまで追加発注させていただきました
That extra mechanism they asked you to install was something they just couldn't live without.
まあいいだろう
It doesn't matter
我が
now.
工房
I
の
have no
技
issue
術
with lending my studio's
お前たちの舞
expertise
台
to
に生か
service
す
your
ような
plays.
栄
I'm
と
sure the
君の意
goddess
志は叶う
would
だろう
prefer
からな
it to the alternative.
はあ
Thank you?
それはそうと
Oh,
マイスタ
come to think of
ー
it,
前々から
Mister.
お誘いして
We
いる
haven't
通り
received your
ぜひとも
response
アルカ
to
ンシ
our
ェルの公演
invitation
を
yet.
ご覧になっていただきたい
Arkansas
ん
would
で
be
すが
honored to have you attend the show.
いつも素晴らしい人形と舞
It'd
台
be
装
our
置を
pleasure
提供して
after
いただ
the
いているわけで
amazing
すし
set and automata you provided
相
us.
応のミラーは受け
Your
取って
mirror is thanks
わ
enough.
しは忙しいの
I
だ
appreciate the gesture, but as I said, I'm a busy man.
な
Oh,
やっぱり応
I
じてくれ
told
ない
them
か
he wouldn't go
せっ
for
かく
it.
の舞台装置
Still,
ど
I'd
のよ
love
う
for
に
him
使わ
to
れて
see
いる
how
の
it's
か一
how
度見
his
てほ
hard
しいんだ
work
け
is
ど
having it is being used on stage at least once. Pardon us.
おや
Huh?
確か
Wait, aren't you the SSS? We are.
アルカンシェルの技師を
You're
さ
the
れている
stage
方です
technician
よね
from Arkansas, correct?
ええ
Yeah.
舞台装置を担当してい
Yep.
る
Name
ハインツです
signs. Right, so I'm in charge of the props, equipment, and such. Need to adjust my pants, cause holy crap.
珍しい場所で会いますねマイスターにご用ですか
What are you all doing out here? Come to see the Meister?
ええ
There's
ちょ
something
っと
like that.
相談に
We
乗っ
had
て
a
もらい
little
たい
matter
こと
we
があり
wanted
ま
to
して
consult him
そ
about.
ちらは舞台用
Are
の
you here to
装置
pick up a
の
commission?
オートマタの調整と
Yeah, we had
新
an
しい舞台装
order
置の製作を
for
お
an
願いしてお
automation
りまして
tune-up and some new set
リニューアル
pieces.
公演に合わせた無
It
茶
was
なスケジ
kind
ュ
of
ール
on
でした
short
が
notice with the
なんとか
debut
仕上げていただきま
with
し
the
た
revival performance coming up, but he did us a real solid in
いや
getting it done
劇
quickly.
団員一同
Who boy, to
マイス
tell
タ
you
ー
the
には
truth,
足を向けて見ら
everyone
れ
in
ま
the
せんよ
troop owes the Maester a Torum.
なるほど
You
そ
don't
う
say.
やアルカンシェルのリニ
Speaking
ュ
of
ーア
which,
ル舞台の発表
isn't
演
the
は
revival performance only a couple of days
え
away?
えイリアさんをはじめ
That's right.
団員
Ilya and
全
the
員が
others are
かつて
kicking
ない
it
ほど
up
気合
into
が入
high
っていま
gear
して
right about
舞
now.
台装置担当と
Heck,
しても
I've been getting
引き締まる
into it
思いですよ
myself. With all the changes we
そうです
made.
か
Have you now?
さぞか
Sounds
し
like
すごい舞
you're
台
all
になりそうだね
primed to put on a real box office
おっと
hit.
こうしちゃいられない
That's the
早く帰
idea.
ってセット
But
しないと
whoops, I'm a little behind schedule. Gotta get back there and set
皆
this
さん
all up.
私はこれで
See you guys
また
later.
劇場にいらし
Stop
てく
by
だ
and
さ
say
い
hi to everyone when you get the chance.
それでは
We'll
ど
be
うか
sure
お
to.
気をつけて
Be careful on your way back.
しかしアルカンシ
We
ェルの
already
舞台
knew
装
the
置を
Meister
仕掛け
was
て
the
る
one
とは
behind
聞いてい
Arkansas
た
theater
がああい
magic
う
and
と
all.
ころを見ちまうと
But man, it kind of
怪し
makes
げな
you
結社に
forget
関係
this
している
place
工房
has
とは
less
思えなくなる
it has ties to the society,
そう
huh?
ね
That it does.
とりあえず
Well,
This is
at least we know the Meister is in right
結社
now.
の動きについて
I'm not sure if he'll be willing
話を
to
しても
tell
らえる
us
かどうか。
anything about the society, but you'll never know if we don't ask. Right.
虎穴
Nothing
に入らず
ventured,
んばって
nothing
ところ
gained,
か
I suppose. Once you enter the doll studio, you will be unable to visit other areas outside of Crosswell City for the rest of the day. Well, we've done everything else, so it's time to go in. Okay.
すみません
Excuse
クロ
us.
スベル警察特
This
務
is
支援課の者
Crosswell's
です
Police Cross
マイスター
Special
ローゼン
Support
ベルク
Second.
いらっしゃいます
Meister
か
Rosenberg, we'd like to have a word with
さ
you.
あ大声を を上げずとも聞こえ
There's
ておる
only a need to shout. My hearing is still perfectly fine.
どうやら聞きたいことが
Whatever business you
尋ねてきたよう
have
だ
must be important if you've come all
あ
this
まり
way.
時間は
I
取れ
don't
ぬ
have very much time to spare,
少しの
but I will make
間
an
であれ
exception
ば
this once,
話を
so
聞
long
い
as
て
you
やらん
keep
でも
things short. What?
かわいい
She's so cute!
ローゼンベルクド
A
ール
Rosenberg doll?
オートマトのよう
An
です
automated one by the looks of
その
it.
子に案内させるか
Enter
ら
Enter.
中に
The
入
little
って
one will guide
く
you.
れぐれも
See to it that you don't wander anywhere you aren't supposed to.
さすがに
I guess it
喋れは
can't
しない
talk.
みたいだ
Not
な
that I was expecting it
しか
to.
しまあ
Get a load of this gal. Sure doesn't look like any machine I've ever
それで
seen.
君
Mind
ご主人
taking
の
us
ところ
to
まで
where your
案内してくれる
your
のね
master is, little miss? She even bowed. I love that. That's actually kind of neat. I think we're supposed to follow her.
そうね
Right, we probably shouldn't keep the Meister waiting.
やっ
Ouroboros.
ぱり
Just what
そうか
kind
しら
of
ない
enemy
相手だ
are we dealing with? A very, very dangerous one, Lloyd.
ここは
What is this
すごいで
place?
す
It's incredible. And Tatermater's here. Whoa!
ひょっとして
Is that it? The giant archaism you mentioned before? Yeah. Ren used it back at the Sun Fort. I believe she called it Tatermater.
ここに保管されていたのね
So this is where
し
it's
かし
been.
まさか
The hell's all
この屋
this
敷の地下にこんな場
is
所があったとは
mechano crap doing down here anyway? I thought this was supposed to be a doll studio.
何気に
I believe those terminals are connected to the orbital
まさ
network.
か
This must have been where Kitty was remotely hacking the
それ
network.
で
Well,
Nando.
what is it you want?
その時
Maester
間を割いていただいて
Georg.
ありがとうございました
Thank you for allowing us to come in and speak with
実は
you. We had a few
いくつかあなた
questions
に
we were hoping to ask.
大方カンパネルラ
Would
が
they by any chance happen to be
ちょっかいをかけた
about
というところ。
Campanella? What Campanella has been up to?
じいさん
So you
あん
know.
た
勘違いする
Do
な
not
確かに
misunderstand.
わしは結
You
社
are
の関
correct
係者
that I
だ
have
が
ties to the
あくまで
society. In the end, however, I am nothing more than a humble dark.
結社の計画
I am not
そのもの
directly
に
involved with
直
whatever
接関わ
grand
っている
scheme they
わけ
have
で
planned.
それじ
So
ゃ
in
あの
other
カンパネ
words,
ルラとい
you
う少
can't
年
tell
が
us
何をし
exactly
ようと
what
しているのか
Campanella is plotting to
知
do.
らぬし
I do not know, nor am I in any position to. However, you should understand that he is an enforcer, not an
実
Anguis.
際に結社
He
が
is not
進めよう
authorized
と
to
する
propose
計画を
plans for
提
the
案する
society to
立場に
pursue.
それを企画
The
立
Anguis,
案している
how
の
rather,
は
are the
あ
ones
く
who
まで
draft such arrangements.
ちょっと待ってください
Now hold on just a minute.
な
It's a
んだ
little
か
too much
話
to
が
take
急
in
に
all
重
at
要な
once.
内部情報みたいだ
Isn't this insider information? Should you really be giving it to us so easily? It is hardly confidential. There are many on the continent who know of this already. The church, the guild, the intelligence agencies of the major powers, and even that is only scratching the surface.
にもかかわら
The
ず
society is so widely known, yet still you are able to freely continue making dolls here. As I said, I am not in a position to know all of the society's inner workings. Take the archaisms, for example. Their construction relies on technologies from many other workshops besides this one. My studio is but one scale hill on the ever-coiling serpent. Which is why the church and guild will never set foot in here without due cause.
なるほど
I suppose that makes
ただ
sense.
摘発するよりは
Someone like you makes you is more valuable than well, you're still attached to the snake,
その方が利用価値があるって
which makes you a handy source of info.
お
Correct.
それに加えて
That
この
being
工
said,
房
the
にも
studio has already been
備えがある
preemptively outfitted with it for any
もし
contingencies.
お前たちが
Even should
逮
you
捕
break
令
the
状を
front
取
door
ってここ
down
に踏み
with an
込んで
arrest
きて
warrant,
発見できるの
all
は
you
お
would
そら
find
く
is an empty
バラ
and
ンド
meager
の
doll
工房だけ
studio.
だろう
Nothing more.
そのパテルマテル
Not
も
even Pater Mater. Well,
なんなら
would you
今
like to
この場
try
で
your hand at taking
わ
me
しの
into
身柄を
custody, having
拘
heard all of
束ま
that?
たとない機
You
会
may
かも
not
しれ
have
ない
another
いえ
chance.
遠
No,
慮しておきます
that's not why we're here.
確かにあなたからは
You've made your point.
話を
We'd like
伺
to
うだけの
inquire
方が良
further
さそうだ
if you're willing to answer.
ロイドちょっ
Yeah,
と
we're not here to
納得は
arrest.
できませんけど
We're not here to arrest you, Maester. Maester, we just need intel. Hell, arresting you would be pointless. And what would we arrest you for? Or being associated with Ouroboros? I mean, I guess that's technically a crime, but it would also be the stupidest goddamn decision we'd ever make. I guess that's all we can do, but it doesn't mean I like it. A wise
賢
decision.
明だどうやら具体的に
I
いろい
take
ろ
it
と聞
you'd
きたい
like to
こと
know
が
something
あるよ
more
うだが
concrete than veiled statements and broad
3
outlines.
つに絞る
Narrow your questions down to 3,
答え
and I
られ
will
る
answer
内
them
容
if I
なら
can.
ばわかりましたこ
Fair
の
enough.
老人から聞きたいこと
What things should we ask him about?
アンギス
Of course, this image reveals that she's an Anguis. And I like that they have Weissman actually have his face revealed. The other scientist dude having his face revealed is a little eyebrow raising, but the
大
Anguis.
いなるマスターの
They are the 7 sneak apostles who live and serve to realize the Grand Master's
わしも
plans.
全員について詳し
Even
く
I
知って
do
いる
not
わけ
know
では
all
ない
of
が
their
しかし
identities.
が
However,
クロスベル
I am
を
aware
訪
of
れ
the
るという
Anguis
人
that
た
will
ち
be
ならば
arriving in
知ら
Crossbell
ぬで
before
もない
long.
それは
Is there any way you can tell us more about them?
一人は第
One is a
6
man,
中に
the
して
sixth
結社
Anguis
の技術ネ
precise.
ットワ
He
ークで
leads
あ
the
る
13
13
factories that
工房を
comprise
統
of
括する男だ
Ouroboros' technological network.
結社きっての
He is the society's greatest theoretician, an engineer with an insatiable
まあ
appetite.
たちの悪い
Needless to
男だ
say,
とだけ言って
he is
お
a
こう
contemptible man.
そんな風に言われまし
You
ても
clearly have a high opinion of him.
どう立
Just
ちが
how
悪いんですか
contemptible are we talking?
もう悪くも自分の知
He
的
is
好
the
奇心を
sort of
満たす
man
こ
who
としか
cares
考
for
えていない
nothing
男
but
だ
satisfying his own intellectual
この
curiosity.
ような目的でこ
I
の
am
地を
sure of
訪れ
what
るつ
he
もり
hopes
な
to
のかは
achieve
知ら
by
ん
coming to this land. I am unsure of what he hopes to achieve by coming to this land
少
in
なくと
person.
も
But I can say this for certain: his arrival is anything but good news for Crossbell.
確かに聞いた限り
We'll
立ちが
take
悪
your
そう
word
で
for
そ
it.
してもう一
He
人
will not be alone, however.
鋼の名を
The
冠
seventh
する
Anguis,
第
the
7
Still
中が
Maiden, it will
クロスベ
also
ル入
be
りす
coming
ると
to
いう情報
Crossbell.
鋼
The Steel Maiden?
なんつうかちょいとやば
That's got an ominous ring if I've ever heard one. She is an
少
enigma,
々
to say the
謎一
least.
つ言えると
Briefly
したら
put, that she is a
お前たち
masterful
全員が
warrior
束
whom
に
you
なって
have no
挑ん
hope
で
of
も
defeating,
叶わ
even
ぬ
if you
ほ
were
ど
to
の
face her all
達
at
人
once.
俺たち全員でも
She's that strong.
随分自信満
Trying
々
to
だね
wingman in your fellow conspirators, I
あ
see.
あ忠告程度に
It was merely a word of warning.
第6中
Unlike
と
the
違い
sixth Anguis, I've heard the seventh Anguis is a virtuous
下
individual.
手に挑んだりした
However,
ら
were you to face
間違い
her
なく帰り
unprepared,
討ちに遭
it
うだ
would
ろう
surely cost you your lives.
先ほども言ったように
The grand
わしも
scheme.
詳
As
細
I
は
already
知ら
told
ない
you, even I am not familiar with the details. From what little I've heard in passing, however, I do know what it is called. The Phantasmal Blaze Plan.
減塩計画
Phantasmal
意味
Blaze?
深な名前だね。
Now there's a name rife with symbolism.
その計画は
This plan, does it entail causing some sort of widespread
クロスベ
incident
ル
in
にもたらすもの
Crossbell?
ですか？
Like the one in Laboral last year?
もしそうな
That
ら
can't be. There's no way we could just let that
繰
happen.
り返すが
Stop
わ
making
し
me
も
repeat
詳細は
myself.
知らな
I
い
do not know the
ただ
details.
一つ言えるとし
What
た
I
ら
can tell you is
リ
that
ベ
the
ールほど
Society's
結社の介
intervention
入
here
が大規模ではない
pales
とい
in
うことだ
comparison to what happened in
そ
Laboral.
もそも結
The
社は
Society
闇の
prefers to
存在
operate from the
本来
shadows
あまり
above all
表舞
else.
台には
They
出ぬ
aren't
か
the
ら
type to
な
make their move on the surface.
なんつうか
Was that supposed to make us feel better? Because it sure as hell ain't
む
working.
しろ名前だけというの
Seconded,
は
the fact that you can give us nothing but a name makes whatever they're doing all the more suspect.
DG 教団
The therefore G cult, you mean?
わしの知る
As far as I
限り
know, the
直
two
接の
sides
つな
never
がり
had
があ
any
った
direct
こと連
ties.
がいた連
Having
中
said
の
that,
ロッ
it
ジ
is a fact that the
Kesha
society was the
Matsushita
one that
Jijitsu wa
destroyed
atta.
the lodge where Ren was being held.
ええ
What?
それって楽
You're
園
referring to Paradise, right? Yes. My understanding is that the cult used to lure in and exploit influential individuals from around the
大
continent.
方結社の
In
息
all
がかかった
likelihood, it
有
was
力者を
brought
ター
down
ゲット
because
に
it
したた
began
め
to target
殲滅の
influential
対象と
individuals
なっ
the
たのだ
society was backing.
連が生き延びた
It's
のは
nothing short of a miracle that Ren survived that place.
だからといって
That hellhole deserved to get wiped out, but it's not like that makes Ouroboros the good guys either.
正直
I hope you didn't expect that explanation to win us over. As I said,
た
I
だ
am only
わ
telling
し
you
の
what I
指
know.
導を判断するかはお前たち次第だ
Take it how you will.
これで3つか
That makes 3 questions I've
時間
answered.
を取られた
You've taken up enough of my
そろそろ
time. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now.
でも
But, Lloyd... Fine.
そういう約束だ
That's what we agreed to. So we'll
今
just be
回はこれ
going
で引き上
for
げよ
now.
うまた機会があれば
Would you mind if we
話を
return
伺いに
for
来ても
another
構い
one
ま
of
せん
these
か
talks?
まあ気
If
が
I
向
feel
け
so
ばな
inclined.
そもそもお前
Keep
た
the
ち
following
に
in
とって気
mind.
がかりは
It is not only
我々だ
Ouroboros
け
that
で
you
は
should
あ
have
るま
your
い
sights set on.
国家独立
There are
とやら
other
を前
faces
に
to be
して
cautious
警
of
戒
in
し
the
な
wake
くて
of
はなら
Crossbell's
ぬ
bid
勢
for
力は
independence, wouldn't you say?
それは
Yeah. Yeah, and I can name one of them. Giliath Osborne. I'm gonna AFK briefly. I will be right back. Alright. Whoops.
まあ確かにな
Hen's got a
そうい
point.
った勢力の動きも
Sounds like you
全部知ってい
probably
そうだ
know a
ね
thing or three about that too. Maybe
さ
so,
てな
maybe not.
さあ帰りもその子に
Off
つ
you
いてい
go.
くがいい
Follow the little one and like you did on your way here.
はぐれたり
If
した
you
ら
wander off, I can't
身の安
guarantee
全
your
は
safety.
置い
Okay, I will admit that mini babe doll is actually kind of adorable.
夢を見ているみたいだったわね。
I feel like I just came out of a bad
幻
dream.
影計画
Phantasmal Blaze plan and the two
クロスベルに
Anguises
訪れるという
making
二
their
人
way
の
to
人の
Crossbell to
正
enact it.
直
It's so fantastical, I can barely bring myself to believe
どこま
it.
でが本当
Just
なん
how
でしょうか
dangerous are
リベ
they?
ールの異変を聞く限り
From what I've heard about
シャレにならない
the
連中なの
Liberal
は確かだ
incident,
ろ
very. We can't take the threat they pose lightly. Still, if what the Maester told us is true, whatever they're planning in Crossbell isn't as extensive as it was in Liberal.
巨大な飛行
That'd
戦
be
艦
a
まで
relief.
現れたっ
I
ていう
hear they
話だ
had
から
an
ね
enormous battleship to contend
あ
with.
のパテルマテルっ
Not
て
to
いう巨
mention
大
that
人形
giant
を持ち出し
Archaeus
た
and
みたいだ
Patermater.
よく知ってるな
Where did you get that info? The first division has it all labeled as
そんな
classified.
ことまでホストの
Don't
間で
tell me
噂が広まっ
that
て
you
いる
hear
の
about these kinds of things while working as a host too.
まあそん
My
なと
lips
ころ
are
か
sealed.
などうした二人とも
Is something wrong, you two?
いい
Well,
ああ
yeah,
清
just a
介の方
little.
は
Teotop
また
might
別
be
の
able
考
to
え
explain it better than I could.
そ
You
うで
mind?
すね
I will make an attempt.
先ほど案内してくれた
Having
人形
seen
に
the
しても
automation
そうなの
that
ですが
guided us in and out of the
結社という
studio,
のはどうも
it's become clear that the society is far more mischievous than they are
遊び
malevolent.
が多い
Mischievous?
エプスタイン財
Yes.
団や
They have more technological prowess than both the Epstein Foundation and Zeiss Central Factory, yet squander it by
あの
choice.
パテルマテルにしても
Consider the research
あんな人
necessary
型
to
兵器を
develop
実用レベル
Patermater.
で作った
It would have been more practical to
50
use
隻を
those
作れてしま
same
いそうです
resources to build 50 airships.
そうなのか
You think
豊
so?
富な資金源が
Perhaps they have a source of funding, one deeper than we may
でも
realize.
確かに
Maybe,
軍隊や
but
犯
whether
罪組
they're
織は
they're an
基本的に
army or a
効率
crime
最重視の
syndicate,
組織形態
efficiency
です
is typically the highest priority of any
遊びの部
organization.
分などは極力持たず
Recreation
に
typically
目的の
doesn't
ために
recreation
冷徹に
typically
動いて
doesn't have much of a place there, or if at all. But Ouroboros turns all that right on its
そういっ
head.
た合理性は
That makes their
あまり
motives
感
and
じられませんで
rationale
した
all the
ね
more baffling
俺
to
が思
me.
ったのもそこで
Took
な
the words right out
い
of
か
my
にすご
mouth.
い技術を
The
持って
thing
いよう
about
が
it is, no matter
化け
how
のじみ
many
た連中を
Anguis and
抱えていようが
Archaisms they've got hiding up their
赤い星
sleeves,
座クラス
the
の
Red
両兵団
Constellation
や
and Hain are
兵衛みたいな
probably
新
more
規系
than
統の
of
方
an
が
actual
現
threat,
実的な脅威
realistically
ま
speaking.
してや帝国
And that ain't
共和
even
国み
taking
たいな
into
大国と
account whether the
まとも
Empire
に
and
や
the
り合える
Republic,
とも思えない
whatever the Empire and the Republic are
な
up
る
to.
ほど
That's
とな
true.
るとそうし
Put
た
all
勢力
four
が
of
複雑
them
な
into
対立
one
状況を作っている
autonomous
現在
state together, and you've got a disaster
結
waiting
社
to
のような
happen.
連中がわ
This
ざわざ
kitchen
クロスベ
already
ルに
has
来て
too many cooks without
何
the
を狙っている
society.
のかが
The
問
big
題なわけ
question
だ
is, what do they plan to bring to the
そう
table?
ね
Who's
テ
to
ロリスト
say?
たちを支援した
Even
のは
backing the
単に気ま
terrorists
ぐれ
at
だ
the
ったみ
trade
たいです
conference was allegedly a complete whim on their
どうも
part.
現実的
They
な
don't
勢
seem
力
to
争
have
いに
any interest in
積極的
involving
に関わって
themselves
いる
with
わけではなさ
conventional
そうね
power struggles.
だとしたら
If that's the
現実
case,
的ではない目的の
is
ため
would
に
that
動い
make
ているということでしょう
make
か
what they are working toward as unconventional as everything else
そ
they
うな
do?
るとさすがに俺たちに
That
は
would
お手上
mean
げ
we're
になっちゃいます
completely in or over our heads trying to do anything about it.
でも実
All we
際
can
に
say for sure
何
is
か
that
しようと
whatever
企ん
it
でいる
is,
のは
it
確か
can't
み
be
たい
good for Crossbell.
とにかく一度
At any
支援
rate,
課に
we
戻
should
ろう
return home
課
for
長に
now.
は話しておき
I
たい
want
し
to relay all this to
警
the
備隊や
chief.
ギ
After
ルドに
that,
も
we
連絡
should
を
do
取りた
the
い
same for the ZGF and the
結社が
guild.
何をするつもりでも 最低限
Regardless of what the
備える
society
こ
is
とはできる
after,
はずだ
the least we can do is make sure we're ready for them.
わかっ
I
それじゃ
agree.
あ一旦
Good
クロ
call.
スベル市
Back
に
to
戻
the
る
city
と
we go. Alright. I am gonna go ahead and give that scene a plus. Alright, so the next one's going to give us that. So, there we go. Alright, moving on. What time is it even here? 12:30. Okay. We can keep going a little bit more.
全力で行かせてもらうぞ。
よーははいそこです。
行くぜ。はあ、100年早いっつうの。
Still wish I could frickin' understand you, Randy, but these localizers are fucking lazy.
行きます。はよーは
俺の番だ。
お返しです。
任せてくれって。よし、もう大丈夫だ。おっと。
Oh, my Enigma.
早速
Could be.
どこ
I
か
get
で
the
問題
feeling
でも
someone's in need of our services.
はい。特務支援
Special
官
Sports
ロイド・バ
Faction,
ニングス
Lloyd
です
Banning speaking.
ロイドさん。
Lloyd, thank goodness I finally got a hold of
フ
you.
ランか。
Oh,
ひょっ
hi,
として
friend. Have you been
さっき
trying
か
to
ら
contact us for a while? I have, but there was for some reason, none of my calls were able to get through. I even tried everyone else's enigmas, but they were a total no-go
人形
too.
工房の地下に
There must have been an orbital wave jammer in the basement of the
すまない
studio. Sorry about
ちょっと
that. We ended
特
up
殊な場所を
wandering
訪
out
ね
of
て
signal
どうしたんだ
range.
急ぎの
What's
支
going
援要
on?
請
Do
で
you
もあった
have
か
an urgent support request for us? No, not quite no. Half an hour ago, there was a train derailment on West Crossbell Highway.
No.
A what?
本当か。
Are you serious? I wish I wasn't. Listen, the 2nd Division is en route to investigate the scene. The ZGF's on its way too, so there's probably no need for you to go, but I figured I should keep you guys in the loop just to be safe.
そうか。
Got it. Thanks for telling
ま
us,
た何
Ron.
か続報があった
If you
ら
find
こ
out
ちらにも
more,
伝え
let
てほ
us
しい。
know as soon as you can. Roger that.
何か問題でも？
Is something the
フラ
matter?
ンからの連絡だった
Did
みたい
Fran
です
have
わ。
something important to tell us?
あ
Well,
なんだと。
what the hell? A derailment? It just went right off the tracks?
あ、
Yeah.
すでに
Fran said
ニカ
the
と警
2nd
備隊が
Division and
現場に
ZGF
向か
are
っている
on
そうだ
their
から
way
任せて
there,
もいいと思
so
うけど
we can probably leave it to them. Then again,
さすがに気になりますね。
it would be hard to turn away from something so concerning.
このきな
I'll
臭い
say,
状況で
the timing is a little too suspicious for my tastes. I have my doubts as that this was just a mere accident.
どうするの？
What should we
結
do
社に
now?
ついての情報は
We have until the end of the day to report on what we've learned about the
俺たちもこの
society.
まま
For now,
事
let's
故
go to
現場
the scene
の
of the
例の厳
accident.
重か
We can't overlook the
それとも
possibility
何ら
that
かの
some
組織
sort
の
of
仕
foul
業か
play was involved, whether from a cryptid or
少なくとも
otherwise.
現場検
But
証
at
の
the
手伝
very
い
least,
は
we
できるは
can
ずだ
lend a hand investigating the crash site.
それじゃあ急ぎま
Great,
す。
we should
俺は
hurry.
車を使ってパーッと
Probably
行っ
the
た方
best
が
we
良さ
take
そう
our
だ
new
な。
ride if we're looking to get there ASAP.
どうしますか？目的地を選んでください。お安いご用です。
Let's just go straight there because, duh. Were those ambulances just now? Correct. All of them were registered to St. Ursula
そいつが
Hospital.
3台もか。
There were 3 of them too. Damn.
脱線
Do
事
you
故の
suppose they were transferring those who were injured with from their ailment?
このタイミン
Given
グ
the
で
timing, I wouldn't doubt
セシ
it.
ル姉たちも
Cecile and the rest of the hospital are going to have a long day ahead
俺
of
たちも
them.
現場へ急ごう
We have to get to the scene of the accident.
了解で。
Roger that. Sorry, give me a sec here. Those buses just now.
共和国方面への行き来に使われてい
They
る
look like the
旅
ones
客バス
used
で
to
すが
carry people traveling to and from the Republic.
多分列車に乗っていた乗客を振り替え輸送しているんで
They
しょう
must be transporting the rest of the passengers that were on the train. Sorry about that. Nobody wants to see me itching my nose. I need to clean my nose. They must be transporting the rest of the passengers that were on the train. Damn, what a shit show.
どの程
It
度
makes me wonder how extensive the scale of the accident is. I mean, can we just get there instead of constantly running into issues?
Yeah, Lloyd たちか。
Yo, Lloyd, you guys made
フ
it.
ランツお疲れ
Hey, Franz. And so you're on this case
ランディ
too.
先輩ノエルさんも
Hello there, Noel,
お疲れ
Randy.
様です
Indeed, thank you both
そ
for
ちら
coming
こ
as
そ
well.
お疲れ様です
Of course, good to see you,
どうやら
Dahlia.
事故現場ってのは
Looks like we're in the right place. What's the situation?
すでにそう
Commander Bales and the
警察の
police
方が検証に
and
入
the
ってい
police
ま
are
す
currently investigating the scene of the
ミカの
accident.
ドノバン警部と
Inspector
レイ
Donovan
モンドさ
and
んが来てる
Detective
よ。
Raymond from the 2nd Division are leading the department's
しかしな
efforts.
見
From
事
what
な
I
まで
could
に
tell,
脱
it
線
looked
しちゃっ
like
て
a
るみたいだ
mess.
ね
The train and clean
あ
off the
りゃ
tracks.
復旧までに
It's going to take a long time to get things cleared and repaired.
乗客
And
の
what of the
幸い死
passengers?
者は出なかった
No
ようです
fatalities, thank the goddess, but a few were in
治
critical
療の必要
condition.
がありそうな方は
Those most in need of medical attention were carried away by ambulance a little while ago.
さっき見たよ
Yeah, we saw them on the way
他
here.
の乗客は
And the other passengers, they were transferred to buses for the remainder of their trip.
市内に
Yeah,
行くのと
there
ア
were
ルタイル
is
市まで行
one
くのと
round
二
of
手に
them
分かれるら
arranged
しい
for
ね。
passengers headed to Crossville City, and another for going to
さ
Altair.
っきまで大混乱
It
だっ
was
たよ。
chaos sorting it all out.
ないかと
I can
やれや
imagine.
れ厄介な事故が起
It's
きた
not
ね
every day you have to do damage control for an accident
と
in
にか
this
く俺たちも
service.
事故現場を見て
Speaking of which, we should make our way. Speaking of which, we should make our way to the scene ourselves. So are we clear to pass through?
お前たちな
Yeah,
ら
you should be
誰も
good to
文句
go.
は言わな
I
いだ
doubt
ろう。
anyone's gonna
ど
complain.
うぞお通りください
Feel free to head in whenever you're ready. Oh no.
いやー大変
Oh
な事故が起
boy,
こって
this
しまい
is
ました
some
ね
accident we've got on
ズ
our
バリ
hands.
脱線事故の
Do
原
you
因
know
は
what caused the
見
derailment
ての通り
yet?
現在調査中だ。
No, as you can see, the investigation is still
考えられる
underway.
としたら線路
Current
の落
working
石で
theory
先
is
頭車
that
両
the
が
front
脱線した
car
ってこと
was
だろう。
derailed due to a fallen rock on the track. The rest
申し訳
followed
ないけ
suit.
ど
My
ここから
apologies,
先
but
は
I'm going to have to
マスコミに
insist
は
that
お一
any
人
members
願
of
い
the
するわ
media leave the accident
すぐに
area.
復旧作業
We
に
need
取
to
り掛かる
focus
必
on
要があり
beginning
ま
the
すから
cleanup and repair efforts immediately.
え
Seriously?
それは
But Commander Bales,
警察として
I
現場検
understand
証を
that the
優先
police
したいお
would
気
like
持ち
to
はわかります
prioritize the
ですが
investigation.
この横断
However,
鉄道は
this is the
ゼムリア大陸におけ
transcontinental
る大動
railway we're standing on, the most important transit line in all of
すでに
Samaria.
鉄道公社
We're under
帝国
pressure
共
from
和
Mayor
国方面
Croix and in
さらには
the
ディー
Imperial
トン市
and
長からも
from Mayor
大至急の
Croix,
復
the
旧が要
Imperial
請され
and
ています
Republican governments, and the Railway Corporation to
我
fix
々
this
警備
ASAP.
隊としては
The
そ
ZGF
の
has
要
no
請に応
choice
え
but
な
to
くて
いや理
comply.
屈はわかりますが
I
ね。
get your logic, ma'am, I really do, but
事故の原因がわからないと
I'm with the
再発の
detective.
恐れが
If
あ
you
る
don't
んじゃ
get to the bottom of what happened here, it could happen again,
それに
right?
関しては
I am
復
aware.
旧と並行す
However,
るしかないでしょう
I can only permit the investigation to be carried out currently
と
alongside
に
the
かく遅く
repairs,
とも
which
夕
will
方
be
までに
until
は
the
片
this
側の路
evening
線を
at
開
the
ける
very
必要があり
least.
ます
At the very latest. How is everything? That is how long.
手配した重機
we've
が
been
到
going.
着する前に
The heavy machinery we've requisitioned will be arriving soon. We
待ってく
need
ださ
to...
い
Hold on just a moment.
あなたたち
The SSS.
あらロイド君たち
Whoa! Whoa! It's Lloyd in the
お
gang.
来たのかよ
Ah, you guys came to scope out the scene too, huh?
知り
Please excuse us, Commander.
現場検証もし
But
ないで
did we hear
復
you
旧作業に
correctly?
入るんで
You're
すか
you're going to start cleaning up the accident before a proper investigation
あ
can be
なたも
made?
警備隊の所属ならば
You're still a member of the
この路線の重要
ZGF
性はわか
Seeker.
る
I
でしょ
trust you haven't forgotten how vital this rail is to
それに
Crossbell.
言いたくはないけれ
I
ど
didn't want to put this so
復
bluntly,
旧が遅れれば
but it was.
それだけで
But if we
帝国
delay
と共和国
repairing the
の横並びを
railroad,
招くことにつ
it'll
ながり
give
か
the
ねないわ
Empire and the Republic all the excuse they need to intervene. And the last thing we need to do is to give those asshats its reasons to annex Crossbell.
それは
I know that, but
十分に考えられますね
I should be jotting down some physical notes. Give me a moment. It's far from an unlikely scenario, unfortunately.
それを言われ
Not
ます
much
とこ
I
ちらの
can
強
do
く
to
は出られません
protest
ね
against an argument like that.
で
Give
も
me a
こちら
break.
に
We
は
still have a duty to get to the bottom of this mess.
ソーニャ司令
Commander Bales,
30分
give us it was just 30 minutes. No, until that equipment arrives and we'll get this all sorted out.
あなたたちに
You?
ええ
Yes.
現在の
Given
クロスベル
Crossbell's current political
自分に
climate,
はとても
I'm not ready to
単なる
chalk
偶
this
然とは思
accident
えま
up
せん
as just an unfortunate
本当に
coincidence.
必然性
Don't
は
you
ないの
think
か
we should at least
見極めるべきで
determine
はないでしょ
whether
うか
there was any foul play involved?
例の拳銃による被害の可
It
能
is
性
also
もあります
possible
し
that this accident is relevant to our cryptid investigation.
気休め程度に任
Look
せてく
at
れ
it
てもいい
this
ん
way.
じゃないですか
You let us do our thing, and everyone walks away with some peace of mind.
そうね
I never thought I'd see the day that I would be the impatient one between the two of us, Orlando.
ドノバン警部
Very well.
まずは現場
Inspector
検証を
Donovan,
優
we
先
will
しましょう
start by prioritizing the investigation of the
代わり
accident
に
scene.
復旧作業
Once
が
the
始ま
equipment
れば
arrives,
そ
however,
ち
our
らに集
focus
中
will
させてい
shift
た
to
だきます
fixing the rails.
こちらも
You
依存
won't
が
hear any complaints from us. Let's do
あ
this.
のできれば
And we'll
私た
just
ちの
stay out of
取材
your hair while you collect our material.
復旧作業が始まる
I
ま
have
で
no
は
objections.
どうぞ
You are
ご
free
自
to
由
look
に
around until the formal repairs
ただし
begin. On the
現場検証
condition
の
that
邪魔
you
をし
in
ない
no
ように
way interfere with the investigation site. Hey, am I clear?
それ
警部
Crystal,
自分たち
would
の
you
方
mind if we got
現場検証に入らせ
a
てもらっても
first-hand look at the scene as well,
お手分けするとしよう
Inspector? Don't even have to ask. We'll tackle it together. You should speak with the
向こう
conductor.
に
He's
列車に乗ってい
resting
た
over
運
there.
転手は病院に運ばれちまったが
Here,
そ
he'll
っち
be
から
your best
事故当
bet.
時の話を
More
聞けるわ
likely than not. Unfortunately, the engineer got nicked up in the crash and was taken to the
了
hospital.
解しましたそれ
Understood.
じゃあ捜査
All
開
right,
始だ
let's
ね
get investigating. This would be the locomotive, the most essential car of the train. Without one, it would be unable to move at all. Inside is the engineer's cab and the orbital engine produced by the Reinford Company. That's all very educational and all, but doesn't something like this seem off to you? I was just thinking the same thing. There's not nearly as much damage on it as I would have pictured. You're right, it's a little unnatural, considering it's the foremost car. Think about it. Had it collided with something head on, it would still be as pristine. Excuse me, sorry. Had it collided with something head on, it wouldn't still be this pristine. Whatever caused the derailment must have hit it from somewhere else.
Osha! 任せてくれ
Look at the marks on the cliffside. They're enormous. Enormous. It must have been... It's like the whole surface has been carved into. Parts of the ground have been gorged out too. The train must have derailed toward the left-hand side. Quick question. Why do you suppose these streaks in the wall are so blue? I believe those would be flecks of paint. That's gotta be it. You can tell it's the same color as the train cars themselves. After the train derailed, it must have scraped across the rock for a ways. He's leaving the blue skid marks. No doubt, but look how far or long they run. How would the train even stay against the wall for that long? Looks like we might need to rethink the actual circumstances that led to these marks. What a day. I should be thanking the goddess I'm okay, at least. Okay. At least compared to the poor people who got carried away by those ambulances. I've never seen a train fly off the track so violently before. You're the conductor, correct? If you wouldn't mind, could you give us your account of what happened in the time of the derailment? Sure, if that's what you want. I'll do my best to tell you how it happened. The detective over there asked me earlier, but I think I was still too shaken to give a halfway decent statement. It all happened so suddenly, you know? I couldn't help but be a little out of it. That's perfectly understandable. With how severe the accident was, we can't expect you to recall every little thing. Any normal person would be in shock after going through something like that. Exactly. As things stand, even the tiniest detail could prove helpful. Do you remember seeing or hearing anything suspicious? Anything at all? Suspicious? Well... Excuse me. God damn it. Oh, now that you mention it, yeah, maybe. Something spring to mind? It was right before the derailment happened, and while I was on the comms with the engineer, he just started yelling out of nowhere. Here, I remember him shouting, "What is that?" or something along those lines. The accident happened moments later. The front car derailed and the rest of them followed, one after another. And, well, you know how the story goes from there. Now I'm out here talking to you. Evidently, the engineer was caught by surprise. From the sound of it, he must have seen something he couldn't believe. Which leaves us with one question. What was it that he spotted? What do you suppose happened here? Here. You think a rock might have been rolled down the nearby cliff and derailed the train? Maybe this is or made the impact? The possibility is there, given the spherical dent on the side. I don't know about that. How do you explain these giant scratches here in the center, then? And when you think about it, the proportions a lot farther up than you'd expect, too. Ew. You'd think a simple fallen rock would have left marks. I don't think a simple fallen rock would have left marks like these. If that's the case, then just what did collide with the train?
よし
Okay, I think we've gathered as much intel as we can. We have already? Enough for Lloyd, anyway. It had better be enough for him, because I sure as hell haven't connected any
僕
dots.
の方もいくつか気づいたことが
I may have put a thing or two together on my end. What's our next step? Should we review the information we have thus far? Yeah, let's do that. We should call over the commander and Inspector Donovan, too.
さてと
So, has your
何か判明した
investigation
ことはあるかしら？
yielded anything insightful?
まず最
That's
初
the
に
hope. First, I want to
線路に
I
落ち
want
た
to
可能
address
性
the
ですが
possibility of the derailment being caused by a fallen rock on the
それは
tracks. From our
真っ先に否定できる
investigation,
と
I
言って
believe
も
it's safe to rule out that possibility.
そりゃまた
Really?
つまり
Why? I take it that you have some line of reasoning to back that
Hi.
claim up? Naturally. You see, oh.
いろいろ
We
怪し
found
げな証拠
more
は見
than
つ
a
かってい
few
ますが
areas of suspicion during our
決定的
investigation.
なのは
But the decisive factor was how pristine the front
傷
of the locomotive
どういう
still
ことか
was.
しら
Could you explain
確か
further?
に
It's true that there's less damage
傷が
at
な
the
かったけ
front,
ど
but what does that prove?
普通落石で脱線する場合
Logically,
線
basically,
路
if
上
the
に落ちた岩
derailment
が
was caused by a
先頭車
fallen
両とぶ
rock
つかった場合
leading
だと思います
it landing on the tracks, the train would have collided with it head
その
on.
結果
For the
スピードに乗った巨大な
mess
質
of
量
a
が
high-speed train car
バランスを崩し
to lose
線
balance
路から外れて脱線
and
する
derail, the impact would have been
そ
substantial.
れ以外に
If
ここま
that
で
was
派手に脱
really
線す
what
ることは
happened, then the
考えにくいはず
evidence
です
of it would have been more apparent.
おーなるほ
Oh,
ど
I think I get it.
機関車の先端
When
に
all's said
傷が
and
見当
done,
た
the
ら
front of the first car really is hardly dinged up at all.
一番ありそうな可能性が真っ先に
So
消え
that
たって
rules
わけ
out the initial and most obvious
なる
explanation.
ほど
Indeed, it does.
確かに見
This
過
is
ごせ
the
ない事
fact.
実ね
This is a fact we can't afford to
それじゃあ
overlook.
他に
In
考えら
that
れ
case,
る脱
what do
線
you
の可能性
suspect
は
the
ある
true
のかしら
cause of is the true cause of the
Hi.
derailment? At first, we had to consider
何らか
whether
の爆
this
発
was
物が使われ
is
たかと思った
possibly
んで
the
すが
work of some kind of explosive.
それって
Explosive?
何らかの武装集団が
You're saying
テロ工作をしたとか
this could have been a Jaeger operation, or worse, a terrorist
いや
group?
その可
I'll
能性
admit it.
は俺も
My
真っ先
mind
に思い
wandered
当
there
たった
pretty quickly
一
too.
通り見渡してみたん
Ooh,
だが
That's why I kept my
どうや
eyes
ら爆
peeled.
発物が使
Well,
われ
but
た
as
形
far as I
跡
could
は
tell,
全
there
く
weren't
ない
any traces of
そう
explosives.
ね今
I
のと
would
ころ
hope not.
こち
We
らも見つ
already
けていない
accounted for that, and we didn't find anything of the sort either.
そうなると他
So
に考え
after
られる
ruling
としたら
that out, there's only one other possibility
何かに
left
機関車
remaining.
の右側か
There was
ら
indeed a
体当たり
collision,
された可
but
能
not
性でしょ
from
う
the front. Whatever it was has rammed itself into the train and from the right-hand side.
何
Excuse me?
体当たりって
Rammed?
そう
What,
む
like
ちゃ
on
くちゃな
purpose? That's
車のレ
insane.
ースのデッドヒートなら
This is starting to sound less like a train derailment and more like a car chase.
なるほど
Now I
機関車の
understand.
右側に
That would explain the dent on the right side of the locomotive.
多
Yeah.
分こういうことが起きたんじゃないか
Here's why I think how I
そ
think
の
it
何
went.
かは
First,
走行
our
中の
unknown
列車の
culprit
機
landed
関車の
right
真横
next
に
to
降
the
り立った
train as it barreled down the
運
track
転手
full
さんが上げ
speed.
た叫び声という
That
のは
was likely the moment the conductor heard the
その時のものだ。
engineer yelling on the comms.
何かはそのまま並走し
After that, the assailant
機関
began
車
to
の
run
右側から
alongside
体
the
当たり
train
をして
before ramming it from the right, causing the dent.
横からのベクトルを加えられた
The
機関車
force
は
led to
左側に脱線してしまう
the leading locomotive to derail toward the left-hand side.
そして何かは
But our assailant didn't stop with that. He continued to push the locomotive into the cliff on the far end. From there, the train eventually skidded to a stop, leaving marks on the rocks along the way. As for the cars following behind, they ended up scattering off the rails in every direction. That's my working hypothesis, given what we know right now. Well done. You really are Guy's little brother, you know? Hell, your sleuthing skills may be even better than his. No kidding. Guy's style of investigating was less thorough and more extensive. Intensive. Instinctive. Hey, watch it. He's ours. And we're proud to have him. Kudos. Oh, wise leader. Kudos, oh, wise leader. Even I couldn't think that far ahead. Very impressive. But it does leave one question, Detective Bennings. The identity of this unknown culprit. Do you suspect this is the work of some sort of monster? Or was this perhaps caused by another one of those recently spotted cryptids? Well, when we look at the facts... Yeah, we honestly can't say for sure. There's no question a cryptid would have the strength to derail a running train based on our experience. But while I can understand why that would be our most likely explanation, I can't say for certain just yet. I agree. Cryptids have only spawned in the presence of the higher elements thus far, and I sense no sign of them. Not to mention, we didn't see those blue plants. It's anywhere near anybody nearby either. Yes, I'm inclined to agree. However, this only further raises the question of just what it is we're dealing with. The Society's archaisms are a possible candidate too, though I'm not sure how likely that is. Are they really the type to resort to such drastic and blatant attack? What was that? It sounded like a monster. And it's no ordinary one either, judging from the blood-curdling cry. Let me scan the area. Activate. Where is it? Where? Ames, get the photo courts ready. We're getting a shot one way or another. Can't be serious, Grace. Distance, 10 sail, get moving. He is escaping to the west. Let's chase after it. Roger Wilco. Affirmative. What? Are you out of your mind? ZGF will back you up. No, you should be working on the cleanup efforts. We have a schedule to keep. We'll go and give chase. You're certain? I'm not entirely comfortable with it, but we have no other choice. Someone has to be here when the heavy machinery arrives. Stay in contact. If anything happens, we'll come to your aid. Understood, ma'am. And Wazi recognizes the whale. Grace, you wouldn't happen to be planning to come along with us, would you? Well, can't deny that I was considering it, but I get it. The situation seems stickier than usual, so I'll hang back this time. For now, we'll head back to Crossbell City and draft up a breaking report. As soon as we get the rest of our people together, we'll return to gathering some more material. That should be safe enough. Besides, if you guys followed us and got attacked, you might never get a chance to make that report. Say that again. I don't know what this thing we're chasing is, but it's got to be nasty, and it caused a whole derailment. You'd better be careful and come back in one piece. I won't be able to get an interview out of you otherwise. We will. Thanks, Grace. Alright, let's start our pursuit. First, we'll need to head west on the highway. Let's go bag us a monster. Okay. I guess we're just pursuing on foot, which is kind of garbage, but whatever. There it is again. It's coming from the west. Yes, don't gotta have Teotod its levels of perception to
まるで
sense it
埼
this
玉
time.
の時みたいに
It almost feels as though we're being beckoned, like when we first met
間
Zeit.
違いないと思う
I
サイトと
concur.
は違って
However, unlike
暴力的な
then,
意志を
I am
感じます
sensing a
かな
hostile
りの知能
intent.
を持った魔獣か
Either we're dealing with a monster or of considerable intelligence, or something else
いずれに
entirely.
しても
Regardless, we need to be careful. We need to be careful, and we need to stop having fucking pointless scenes. Seriously, Azure, stop that. What was that? It sounded like something shattering. It wasn't an explosion either.
行ってみ
It
ま
came
しょう
from the south. Hurry. God damn it. Damn it, game. Will you stop with these pointless scenes? Just look
こ
at
このゲー
this.
トは一応
This gate is supposed to be made of some kind of reinforced alloy, too. Unbelievable. There's no way this was done by an ordinary monster.
車を脱線させたことといい
What, was derailing a moving train not enough? What the hell are we going up against here?
とにかく追いかけよう
Well, no time to sleep on it now. We'd better continue the pursuit before it gets
森
away
の奥
from
に
us.
逃げられると厄
If
介
it makes it into the deepest part of the forest, we're going to have trouble keeping up.
No.
Yeah, good point. Why is Wazzy acting so strange? Because I should be putting Wazzy in the party for this. So sorry, Randy, but Wazzy's coming in this time. Everything here is in shambles. These marks are fresh too. Only one thing that can mean.
この下に降りていったっていうこと
What's
です
responsible is likely just
間違いあり
below.
ません
I can confirm that. My sensors are picking up a movement beneath us. But that isn't all. There's another strange presence. One that I can't quite put my finger on. Really?
この下はサ
Really?
バイバ
Not
ル
even
訓
you?
練場です
Down this rope here is the survival
人
training
の手が
area.
ほとんど入って
It's
な
the
い
heart of
樹海
Nox
が広がっていま
Forest,
す
a sprawled and dense woodland almost completely untouched by
追いか
man.
けるなら
If we're going down there,
必要がありそうだ
here to chase the culprit, we'll need to be prepared.
あ
You're right.
警察学校
I've
の訓
been
練で
there once for
一度降りて
training at the police academy.
視界が悪くて
Visibility's so
大変な
bad
場所
you
だ
can
った
barely see 5 arc in
さ
front
す
of
がに
you.
大変だろうし
This is going to be one of our most dangerous missions yet. Ellie, Tio, Wazzy, Izzy, you three had better stay back.
何を今更
Honestly,
ロイ
Lloyd,
ドさんたちだけを行か
I
せる
would
方が
prefer
心配です
you to be a bigger I would consider you to be a bigger liability than the rest
少
of
なくと
us.
もアーツに関しては
But if you think
僕は
otherwise,
得意
I'd
だし
be happy to compare Septia's lines, sweetheart. I
ま確かに厳しい場所だが
get where you're coming from, Lloyd. The train down there's no joke. Still, I think we'll be fine if we work together.
みんなで降りましょう
Yeah, we're a team. If anyone can pull through this, it's
分かっ
us.
た
Okay, you made
どん
your
な敵がい
point.
るかわからない
I mean, this is a fucking
万全の
pointless
準備を
scene
整え
that
てから降りよう
Wolf is debating giving a fucking negative to. Just keep in mind that we have no idea what's waiting for us down there. Let's descend only once when we're ready. Of course, Roger. Okay, so apparently there's a bug in this forest, so I'm gonna make a safety save. And you know what? For all intents and purposes, I think I'm gonna do it. Where's my empty text negative? Have another empty text negative. Negative Azure. Really getting sick of that.
よし
Okay, we're all set. Me and Randy will start climbing down
それから
first.
エリ
After that,
Tio.
Ellie, Tio,
Wazzyの順で
Wazzy will
最後
climb
にノエル
down
が降りてきてくれ
one at a time. Noel, I want you to bring up the rear and watch our
わかったわ
six.
了解しました
You can count on
そ
me.
うだ降りる前に
Oh,
指
right.
令に
You
連
want
絡
to
した方
contact
が
the
いいんじゃない
commander before we head down? Yeah,
復
good
旧のめ
call.
どがつき次第
If the
来てもらった
ZGF
方が
ain't
良
too
さそうだ
busy
ね
with the repairs, having them as backup would be a huge help. Knox Forest. Look! Floroma grass? What the hell? None of this was here 2 months ago.
最近
It
になっ
must
て
have
咲き
begun
始め
blooming
た
recently.
属性
Tio,
の気
can
配
you
が
sense the higher elements? Yes, time, space, and mirage are all accounted
先ほど
for.
感じた妙な
This would explain the strange presence I felt on the surface.
ま
Looks
す
like
ま
it,
す
yeah.
って
Fifty-Mira
上がったみたい
says
だね
says these training grounds are even more grueling than you're used to. Thanks to them.
そもそ
I
も
sure
陸で
wouldn't
迷い
take
や
that
すい場
bet.
所だ
Finding our way around this place is
魔
tricky
獣に
enough
奇襲さ
already.
れないように注意して
And
進み
now
ま
we
しょう
have more than just getting lost to worry about. Be on the alert for any monsters lurking around. Got it. Ugh.
敵集団との戦闘を開始
やれやれ
よしさあ
分析を詳細データよーし
I can't analyze you? Okay, it's a little behind. Oh, you son of a bitch! Guard even prevents.
援護するよありがとうございました
任せてくれ俺の番だなスト
行くよ
私の番です
Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Are you serious?
僕の番か
Oh, come on.
助かりました
俺の番だな
はい
僕の番か
お返しです行きますや
行くぞ
私の番敵集団撃破しました
よしやったぞ
Quelling Smash. Crow reached level 3. Which means Wazzy's speed goes up. Nice. Raises speed when HP is low. Cool. Pixie. Alright, there. Oh, fuck off!
そこだ俺の番だなこれで決める
Oh, fuck off. I forgot about that. Alright. 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 So, Vanish has started pissing me off again. Alright, well, you know what? I know people are going to hate me, but... let's give this one the second accuracy and evasion negative. Second accuracy and evasion negative, and I'm giving a negative to Vanish and Guard, because fucking... oh, piss off, Randy! One frickin' turn, that's all I needed. Shit, I don't have any heal items either. I'm running really low on this. I do have that one, but I want to save it. Okay. Of course you're gonna hit him with Vanish. Why wouldn't you? Fuck you. Probably gonna give a negative for this area too.
Hey, ha, say.
さあかかってきなさい。そこ
よし。
そこです。迎撃完了。先に行きましょう。
まあ当然の結果かな。
Oh, something upgraded to a 2. Deadly Heaven 2. Okay.
バックを取られた。気をつけろ。
よかった。
ない。
行くぜ。おっしゃ。
やれやれ。
よし。いった。
私の番です。
みんな。
Wow, that was garbage.
行くよ。それ。
さあ任せてくれ。いった。任せてくれ。いって。そこだ。
はい。ガンナーモード起動します。援護するわ。ありがとうございました。
僕の番。
行くぜ。
行くぞ。
さ
行くぜ。
よし。
やれやれ。アディオス。いい夢を。
Enemies are way more frustrating than fun to fight. That's a sign of a bad dungeon. Especially when it's one of those scenarios where it's just like, yeah, no, I just want this fucking dungeon over with. In fact, you know what? While we're on this establishment shot, we're gonna actually do it.
開けた場所に
Do
出た
it.
ね。
Fuck it. Yeah. Negative for this damn place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we're at that. Clearing.
俺もこの辺りまでしか。
This is the farthest I've ever made it during my training.
あれ、
Huh?
ここって行
Wait,
き止まりだっ
was
たの？
this always a dead end? No, there should have been an animal trail up
ど
ahead
うやら
too.
倒木が道を
Looks
塞
like
いだみてえだが、
Looks like a bunch of the trees fell and blocked the
倒れ
road.
たのは
Must have happened sometime within the past month.
でもそれじゃ
But if that's the case, where in the world did that monster run off
気
to?
配は感じ
Hold
る
on,
ん
I
ですが
detect a presence nearby. So, am I adding a story
笑い
negative?
声だと。
Did it just laugh at us? You guys really thought you could waltz in here like you own the place, huh? You shit for brains never change. Who's there? Is this the real culprit? Were they controlling the monster all along? I can't be sure, but this voice sounds familiar somehow, as if we've met them before. Yeah, Wazzy's picking up when I'm laying down. No, couldn't be. Here he comes, get back! What the? A demon? No, but how? I don't believe it. It's just like the demonization Gnosis caused. No way, don't tell me. Walt, is that you? Negative to story. Straight up. Nope. 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 Negative to story. Straight up. Let me explain this. First and foremost, I know what somebody's going to say. Blue Wolf, you haven't heard the explanation yet. And you're right. You're right. I haven't heard the explanation. The explanation's probably going to make it multiple negatives. I'm just going to go ahead and be honest with you. Because there's no version of this that is going to make me think this is good writing. The last time we saw Walt, outside of that silhouette cutscene, which is the other part of this fucking bullshit plot point, by the way. Hey, but we'll get to that in a second. The last time we saw him not in silhouette was when we went to the downtown district and Wazzy had his little encounter with him. That's stupid. And it leads to this. This is fucking stupid. This is the narrative trying to paint Wald as, well, I'm just gonna call it what it is, a fucking moron. Because instead of taking over to the downtown district like he should have, he gets mixed up in this fucking Gnosis shit. So, simultaneously, you are wasting a character, so you're simultaneously wasting a character and dragging one of the shittiest fucking plot points. Okay, I've got about a half an hour. And you're also dragging one of the shittiest plot points from Zero back into the limelight, which hasn't been there since the fucking prologue. Which I would have dismissed as just whatever and leave it as the triple negative for the intro. Because whatever, we're tying up loose ends and there's like little sprinkles of relevance the D therefore G cult has up to this point. Fine. But here's my point about this. Wald is not the hungry for power type. He never was. So why the hell did he take Gnosis? Gnosis. Even he looked at that at his subordinate taking Gnosis, and it was like, well, this is just fucking stupid. That's just, you know, that's not real strength or whatever, right? So why the fuck did he take it? And from a narrative perspective, why turn Wald into a demon? Why turn him into a villain? Scratch that. Why turn him into a villain? We already have the Red Constellation, Ouroboros, which actually is technically two villains, because, you know, Steel Maiden, and 3 villains, excuse me, because of the Steel Maiden and the scientist dude, as well as Campanella, okay? Plus there's all of the political stuff involving Crossbell's independence. Why do we need this? Why do we need to waste this character? Why do we need to pull a Volume 8 Ironwood on him? I hate this plot point with every fiber of my being. Long time no see, Bannings. Orlando. And you're here too, was he? Small world. So it seems. I knew that your taste in fashion was beyond saving. But even I didn't think you'd stoop this low. Low? Piss off. No! No, you piss off! With this offensive plot point. Wait a second. Are you the one who rammed the train off the track? Ha! You even have to ask. Thought you police dogs were supposed to be good at sniffing things out. You honestly think some puny monster could have done something like that? The only thing alive that has that much power is me! Bald whales! How vile. Do you even realize what the hell you've done? Yeah, I do. And hey, since you came all the way out here for little old me, what do you say we get this party started? Let me see you try to look down on me after I pummel you and your high horses right into the dirt. Crap. So you're going all out this time then? You wish. I could turn you all to dust with one hand tied behind my back. But you know what? I'd rather just beat you to a pulp. Nice and slow. Till you're begging for me to put you out of your misery. This power I picked up is the real deal. And now I'm gonna make you eat it. Oh, she has no. Oh, of course he heals himself. Of course he gets the heal thing. You know, Walt.
参ったな。
Really?
てめえら舐めてんのか。
So, that is basically just an unwinnable battle. Because he constantly heals and all that shit. I'm not pulling my punches on this. Fuck this garbage. Okay, let me... So, X and V. Those are the two I need. So... X to take that away. Put this here, and we'll go Control V. Control X. Up here, Control V. And one more time, Control X. And Control V. And then erase these two because they're not there yet. Alright. So, I've upped this to 3, which means I need to add 2. How many do I have here? 6, 7. I'm upping this walled shit to 3. This is filler. This is straight up filler. We just learned about Ouroboros, Heroes planning stuff. We don't need this plot point. This plot point is so unnecessary and irrelevant that it offends me on every single level. This offends me. It offends me as somebody who actually kind of liked Wald in Hero. Wald was one of the few highlights of that entire thing. His dynamic with Wazi was awesome. I hate this with every fiber of my being for one very simple reason. There is no point to this. From a storytelling perspective, there is no point to having this plot point. This would be like if in Cold Steel 1, we interrupted dealing with the Imperial Liberation Front to go... I don't know, to have Patrick join some rando street gang or something. It's such a fucking dumb, out of nowhere fucking plot point that it's stupid. Say what you will about him challenging us during the practical, that one practical exam, but at least that was something I could see him doing, and it was within the ideas of the fucking school curriculum. This is out of character. This is simultaneously out of character for Wald, and I would argue this is what character assassination looks like. Like, I'm sorry, but this is just wrong. This is how you assassinate a fucking character. It's... Fuck this. Fuck this garbage. this is the worst story beat in all of Azure. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. There is nothing. I cannot think of a single plot point that could show its face that would be more offensive to me than this garbage. You have wasted a goddamn character for no reason other than to pad out your fucking story. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. While we're on the subject, where is my padding negative? Second padding negative. Sick and tired of wasting my goddamn time with this garbage. You know, it's kind of funny. I didn't really feel there was too much padding in the story of Cold Steel 2, and that ad is all over the goddamn place. I mean, we'll see when I review Cold Steel 2, but fuck. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, Jesus, I don't even think Cold Steel 2 gets this bad. Except for the outro, but which is probably going to add like fucking 20 negatives to the score, but that's beside the point. You know? Oh, God, I hate this. That was pathetic. I know you can last longer than that. We couldn't even put so much as a scratch on him. His power is beyond comprehension. What's wrong, Marty? Not going to drop a witty comeback? Maybe flash one of those pretty boy smirks and blow this off like you do everything else? Come on, I was looking forward to this. It'll make it all the more fun when I shut that mouth of yours for good. Well, where in the goddess's name did you get your hands on Gnosis? That's right. Save for the examples taken for analysis, the supply manufactured by Joachim Gunter should have been disposed of. Damn it, Wald, where the hell did you get it from? Who knows? And don't get it twisted. This drug ain't what is giving me all this strength. Newsflash, punks. It's been inside of me all along. The Gnosis is just a trigger to help bring it out. That's what sets me apart from that quack Joachim. His power was never his in the first place. He does have a point. Unlike what happened with Joachim, he doesn't seem in danger of going berserk. Whatever it is he's drawing his power from, he's managed to retain control over it. What the heck? A monster? Yeah, Second Lieutenant. Thank goodness you're here. Does that mean the repair work is finished? For now, yes. We came as fast as we could, but just what is that thing? I think I'll call it quits for today. You SSS chumps, and especially you. You'd better give me the time of my life the next time we meet, or else. Just like that foot race we had back in the downtown district. It's the least you could do. Bastard. Wald! Where do you think you're going? All personnel to battle positions. Missile fire is authorized.
Yes, Mom!
You call that firepower? That is such an... This is such an offensive plot point to me. This plot point is offensive to me as a storyteller, as a writer myself, and as a consumer of fiction, both. And this especially angers me from the perspective of a Trails fan, because oh my god, the stories have never been this fucking padded to me before. Like, this is just so stupid. In fact, you know what? Let's actually look at this. Let's look at my story negatives and see how many of the story axes got padding negatives, shall we? So give me a moment. I'm gonna have to scroll down a bit. All right, so let's see. Issues with Sky 1, it was issues with the Steam port. Win the battle, lose the cutscene. General Morgan being an asshole. The triple negative for Agate, the triple negative for him being a child abusing fucktard, and Duke Danon. So no padding in Sky 1. Okay, let's move on to Sky 2 then. Scroll down through the 100 and, well, now 111. Heaven. So let's see. Amaltha, the Blue Blanc side quest. Well, okay, so the Blue Blanc side quests constituted padding for me. Port issues. The reunion with Josette and her brothers. Triple negative for Gilbert, and the fake out at the end. Okay. So, 1 negative for padding when it came to Sky 2, and that was just because of the Blue Blanc quests. Because that was where I started getting really goddamn sick of the Blue Blanc quests. So, let's see. So, for Sky 3, we had we had the intro, the opening specifically. Gilbert, triple negative for him. The Masked Man crap. Cutscene incompetence during Shara's door. Estelle's door being a waste of time. So, okay, so 1 for padding there. Yeah, okay. So technically 1 padding negative for Sky 3. Now, Trails from Zero. How did you do? What were your negatives like? Let's take a look. Okay, look, the 2 double negative for localization, the flash forward, which was a triple negative. He's Vice Commissioner Pierre, Yona, Dudley being an arrogant twat, which was a double negative. I did give a double negative for pacing. Pacing, the plot. Oh, no, 2 negatives. So yeah, padding really didn't become an issue until the Crossbell games. That's dumb. Padding did not become an issue until the damn Crossbell games, and I don't remember there being padding in Cold Steel. Now, when we get to the Cold Steels, I will be paying attention to see if there's any kind of superfluous, okay, why the hell are we bothering with this kind of thing? And if it derails, the story. I can think of one instance, and that's in Cold Steel 2, where that's actually going to be a thing, which just adds to the negatives the outro is going to get. But even then, that's more of just a, if you're trying to do everything. So, yeah. Ugh. Day 3. And they even got a fucking scene in the rain because I'm supposed to feel bad about this. Kiss my ass. Ass game. Kiss my fucking ass. How'd it go? Not good. They don't know anything. No one's seen Wold in days. Looks like he's been keeping his little lackeys in the dark. They wanted to know where he is just as bad as we did. Yeah, they seem desperate. We tried asking the testaments, but it didn't get us anywhere. There were no leads on Wold whatsoever. However, he was spotted shambling drunkenly around the neighborhood for a while prior to his disappearance. There's no way to tell how this fits into all of this. What changed between then and now? A better question is, where the hell did he get his hands on Gnosis? Are you alright, Wazzy? You're not looking too good. I'm alright. Just a bit chilly from the rain. I've already asked Abbas and the others to continue gathering info. Let's put Wold to the side for now and return to the SSS building. That's probably for the best. At least we have Kia's breakfast to look forward to. I don't know what we'd do without her. Get fucked over by bad writing, that's what you would do without her. I know I'm being an asshole about this, but I don't care. The game decided to be a fucking asshole and insult my intelligence, so my ability to give a shit is in the toilet right now. Phew. Now that was a satisfying meal. You said it. Nothing like a hot bowl of porridge to chase off the chills. Indeed, the chicken and eggs were a nice touch. Thank you for the food. Thank you for the food, Kia. It was delicious. I just used the stuff we were supposed to have for hot pot yesterday. Are you full, Ozzy? Yeah, it took comfort food to a whole new level. My compliments to the chef, Kia. I'm glad you liked it. It's good to see you guys are back in fighting form. Just to let you know, the CGF is going to keep investigating the Wold Walls case, so try not to dwell on it too much. Whatever you say. Still, Wold had to acquire the Gnosis somehow. We have to figure out where it came from no matter what. Second Division's already been sent out to do just that. And from what I heard, the First Division is also looking into whether or not the major powers are involved in any way. My point being, you should trust them. Don't press the issue by getting all keyed up. Yes, sir. Were they able to restore the railway after the derailment yesterday? Yeah, only one of the tracks was functional by yesterday evening, but they managed to get the other one going overnight. All things considered, they got the job done without any hassle. Thank goodness. The Transcontinental Railway is a vital part of the transportation network. Chaos would ensue if it was still non-operational. It'd have the perfect ammo. It'd been the perfect ammo for Erebony and Calvert to give us even more shit than they already do. Yeah, no doubt about that. So, should we check the terminal for support requests? It's about time for today's batch to come in. Yes, let's. Or we can get interrupted. Hey, we got a phone call. I'll get it. I'm gonna try to make this quick, because the wolf's gotta get going right away. This is Crossbow Police Special Support Section. Morning, it's me, Mikkel Hill, the guild receptionist. Oh, good morning. Did you have a chance to look over the report on the society? We did. It was helpful, to be sure. I contacted HQ over in Le Mans, and they are currently analyzing the info. Though, considering how elusive these guys are, I don't know how much we'll be able to find. I see. Is that why you called us? Oh no, there's one more thing. I had a quick question for you, actually. Have you seen Lynn and Aeolia lately? We saw them around 2 days ago at Orcus Tower, last I recall. I see. Honestly, what the devil are those two girls up to? Are you having trouble contacting them? Sure am. I wasn't able to get through to their enigmas last night. Oh well, this does happen every so often, so I'm not too worried about them. Is that so? Well, no need to fret your little head over it. I'm sure you've got more than enough on your plate. You're dealing with the leader of those delinquents, aren't you? That's already a job and a half. Yeah, I suppose. Well, anywho, if you happen to spot either of them, give me a ring ASAP, okay? Keep up the good work. Bye-bye now.
Hi.
Yes. Thanks, Mikhail. You too. He sounded really down. Holy shit. Sounds like it was from the Bracer Guild. Something happened? Oh, yeah. Lynn and Iolia. Those two ladies who know how to hold their own. Who know how to hold their own. Adios was generous with her gifts to them. Yep, just the way I like them. Especially Iolia. Yeah, hers are a beaut. Second only to Cecile, of course. I don't believe those were the gifts he was referring to. That's all the more reason to worry about them, honestly. The Bracers seemed like the type to keep a tight handle on their schedules. Yeah, when we fought those two, every move they made felt calculated. Well, if you have time to spare, why not go visit the guild? We all have to look out for each other in times like these. Right, we'll keep it in mind. Wait, are you guys leaving now? Will you make it back for a hot pot this time? Yeah, this time for sure. Or bad writing be damned. Well, sorry. We'll try to come home as early as we can. Sorry, Kia. We went through so much trouble to prepare it. You went through so much trouble to prepare it yesterday. We didn't expect it to be out the entire night. No, it's okay. That just means you're working extra hard. You're working extra hard, right? I just want to do what I can to help too. Kia. She's too powerful for us. According to today's weather forecast, the rain should stop in the afternoon. Let's blow through these jobs then. We got a hot pot to enjoy tonight. Absolutely. Alright. God. Thus ends the most negative session I have had in a Trails game for a while. Oh my god. Okay. So, yeah. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. But if I am, it'll be 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Might be another short one like this just so I can get some sleep, but we'll see how tonight goes. Either way, I hope you've at least tolerated my bitching this time around, and I will see you next time for more Trails to Azure. Until next time, Blue Wolf Alex the Lore Walker signing out. Have a good one.